That's most definitely what's up. That's most definitely what's up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. This is basically a funeral for hopes and dreams. I hope you all know that. That's basically what this is. We're gonna talk about it. Don't worry, don't worry. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna manage. We will make do. And there's going to be a lot to discuss. So buckle up, buckaroo. Oh man, but first, before we get into all of the news and the fun, how are you guys doing? Are you guys doing good? You guys doing good? Feeling lively? Feeling good? Post chat in here so we can see your lovely messages. There we go. Yeah, let's let us have a moment of silence, please. Good morning. OMG, here in Spain, it's 6 p.m. Oh, geez, dude. Yeah. How is that even possible when the Earth is flat, though? It's one thing I've never understood. Like, I got into one of those binge modes. We've all been there, where I like started binging flat Earth, like cringe compilations and stuff of people that think the Earth is flat. And then they try to prove it, but inevitably end up proving that it's round. And then they try to dance around it and figure out how to spin it into a way that doesn't say that, which is really, really funny to watch. But one of the things that's always surprised me is there's a lot of Australian flat earthers, and I don't understand how you can be Australian in the southern hemisphere and then also like be watching American and British flat earthers and not understand that that doesn't work. Like, hemispheres don't make sense on a flat earth. It just doesn't make any sense at all, but it's thoroughly entertaining. So that's one of my guilty pleasures, but it's kind of completely died out over the last couple of years, which is good. Basically, I think the flat earth thing is a great example of how mockery, and more mockery than even bullying, but more mockery is capable of squelching bad ideas than like well-reasoned and rationed debate. Like, you can have a scientist get up there and be like, no, you see, because if we do this math here with the like lensing of the air of the earth around this, then you would expect to see this far, and so we know that the earth's round. You can do that. They won't listen to that. But if you tease the ever-living crap out of them, eventually they'll just be like, it's not worth feeling cool to be this stupid, so I'm just gonna roll with it. It's probably the same reason people can't stand going into like Scientology and stuff, because they'll get teased into oblivion. That, and the fact that it's like an abusive cult. Go watch Going Clear. It's a phenomenal book and documentary. The Earth is actually just a pogo stick in the skies. Yeah. Do I think Microsoft or Sony will acquire FromSoft Studios? No. Because Capcom is, or not Capcom, Bandai Namco are kind of the big brother, and I don't see any reason for them to do that. And the biggest point with From Software is that Hidetaka Miyazaki, he don't take no ifs, ands, or buts from no one. If he doesn't want to do something, he's not going to do it. And you can't say anything because he's like the king of an entire genre of game. So like, he doesn't want to make a Bloodborne 2? Too bad. You're not going to get it, you know? Imagine Activision acquiring FromSoft. I don't think FromSoft, I don't know who owns FromSoft actually, like who the actual owners are. Parent organization is Katakoa Corporation, owns just under 70%. Six Joy Hong Kong owns 16-ish%, and Sony does own a little over 14%, but they'd have to buy out rights from Kadokawa, I guess, which is a Japanese company that I don't recognize. So yeah, it's a media conglomerate. Jesus, they own a lot. So for a media conglomerate to sell a company they own, usually it has to be doing pretty poorly for them to justify selling it, because why would they sell something that's an asset to them? Why would they do that? And I don't see any reason for them to sell like one of their most successful companies, From Software. You know, it doesn't make any damn sense. So no, I don't think they're selling. There's just no reason. Yes, I did reach out to Rory Proto. I did. So we'll see. We'll see if anything happens there. I'd love to talk with him. He seems fun. But I've also noticed even like hardcore, like pretty hardcore Armored Core fans are hesitant to discuss it a lot, which is just funny. Corey, I've been working out my lower back like you recommended in preparation for my first child due in September, Luke. Oh, first of all, congrats. That's amazing. And second of all, good, because Jesus, I didn't do that. And then when we had our first kid, Lockie, oh my God, my back was killing me for weeks. Because honesty time, as a guy, you just don't get down on your knees a lot. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't typically get down on my knees a lot. So when I all of a sudden had a baby and I had to get down to like change diapers and stuff and lean over cribs and everything constantly, my lower back was killing me, like pretty bad. And it's just not a muscle group that I use a ton in my day-to-day life. So I just didn't know. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, anyway, any other things? Let's see. Any other housekeeping things? Yeah, 23 days till Starfield's early access. Is it? Okay, let me do a poll, because I've seen all over the internet, people are like, Microsoft is not marketing Starfield. Do you think is marketing Starfield enough? Yes? No? I've seen all over. People are like, Microsoft isn't marketing Starfield. They just have gone silent since they showed off the game in June, and then they dropped like 3 anime things that are just kind of eh. And so I want to know if you think that they're marketing enough. I will be real. I'm kind of in a bubble because I use that YouTube Premium stuff and I don't watch TV or anything. So I don't really see ads, even when a company is marketing the crap out of it. So I'm kind of in a bubble. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't seem any different from all these other games, but maybe. I think what I would be more likely to notice are like I noticed a crazy amount of marketing for Jedi Survivor. Like I was traveling around that time, and in the airport, almost every single TV, anywhere, any of the restaurants, any of the waiting areas, they all were running commercials for Jedi Survivor. And I was like, okay, they're really blasting it. But I've not seen a lot with Starfield. Starfield might be, I mean, they might just be getting ready to do a blitzkrieg for a few weeks, starting in like mid-August. I really don't know, but it is weird that they haven't really pushed it yet. But this has been kind of a typical thing with Microsoft. It doesn't seem like their marketing arms work very well together. I remember we talked about this a lot with like Redfall. We discussed it with Hi-Fi Rush, where like the corporate Xbox account will not tweet out or send information out about a title that's releasing in a day, which is really weird. And then you look at like the PlayStation accounts and they're all like 15 different tweets all about it, pushing it, replying to people. So I think that they need to probably do more work anyways, but yeah, 66% of you are saying no, they are not marketing it enough. Interesting. Okay, well, there you go. By the way, everybody, like the stream. And I will I don't know. I was gonna do something with the skull, and then I was like, I don't know. No. Like the stream or else. Yeah, that's what I should have done. There you go. Have you seen how developers are salty over BG3 setting a new standard, Luke? Have you talked about it? Asmund covered the topic as well. I have, and we did talk about it. I even mentioned it in the review. I think that there's sort of a nuance to it, because like, frankly, Baldur's Gate 3 is ridiculously successful. It has over 800, they peaked at 814,000 concurrent players on Steam, which puts BG3 in 9th place in Steam's all-time concurrent players list, chasing down 8th place, which was Hogwarts Legacy, which is also a huge game. Amazon's New World when that launched, which is crazy that it had that big of a response, and Elden Ring. That's wild. Clearly, BG3 has exceeded all expectations, particularly those of developer Larian. Last week, Larian boss Sven Vinke, I don't know, said he told the developer's IT team to expect 100,000 max. They beat that by 8. That's ridiculous. Wow. So the game is huge, and I think that a lot of companies, other developers, for example, are a little jealous is the wrong word. It's just like BG3 is frankly an exceptional game in a lot of ways, particularly in that it was in early access for years and it was developed as a very niche game. Exactly, Vasha. And it had a huge budget. So it's a niche game with a big budget that had years to work on the game and features, specifically with community feedback, which is also super helpful. And so a lot of these other companies are like, that just isn't viable now. If you're going to have a budget that scale, you frankly need to not appeal to just one niche. You need to go bigger. And I think what Baldur's Gate 3 has shown is that it's not bad to appeal to a niche. Because if the game is that good, if you target 1% of players as far as these like corporate bigwigs are concerned, they look at it and they're like, people who say that they're extremely interested in narrative RPGs and D&D. That's like 1% of the player base, probably more than that, but let's just say 1%. If you make a game that is a 9.5 or a 10 out of 10, and the word of mouth is crazy, even though that's a niche game, it will broaden, and people that aren't typically interested in those games will play it and try it because the game is so good. That's what's happened for years with the FromSoft games. You go back to like 2012, if you ask people, do you like really difficult, like third person adventure melee games that have some magic stuff too, but mostly melee. And they have extremely difficult boss fights that you'll bash your head against the wall trying to beat over the course of like 8 hours of gameplay. Do you like those kinds of games? Most people would have said no. Nowadays, it's like, oh, so Soulsborne games. Yeah, I love those. Yeah. Elden Ring, I love that one too. So, awesome. Like, if you appeal to a niche and you make an incredible game, the audience will come. Like, the audience will hunt it down and word of mouth will go everywhere. Like, I was just hanging out with my old college roommates just 2 nights ago, Saturday night. We all got together and played some Warhammer, which was fun, Warhammer 40k. But I was blown away. Everybody was talking about Baldur's Gate. Like, the last time we had a game where we were all chatting about it was Elden Ring. Like, no joke. So it's pretty cool that this niche game has seeped into the mainstream, and I think it's tremendous. I mean, really, with this game being as big as it is, we could reasonably expect to see a lot more games that try to appeal to this niche that all of a sudden doesn't seem like that much of a niche anymore, which is fantastic. I love it. Do you think BG3 is less likely to win Game of the Year since it released this late in the year compared to, say, Tears of the Kingdom? I don't think so. If games release in like late November, like right next to the cutoff, then yeah, I think that they're going to be penalized, and they, not intentionally, it's just not many people have played those games, especially if it's a big game. But having months and months to play it before the Game Awards and before the jury or panel, whatever they call it, has to select the winners, I don't see it causing any issues, really, frankly. You think Spider-Man 2 getting a nominee? Yeah, I would expect the nominations go Spider-Man 2. They probably throw Armored Core in there unless it's a disaster, but probably Armored Core. I would imagine Starfield gets a nomination just because. Of course, Tears of the Kingdom kind of has to, and then probably Baldur's Gate. I mean, we're in a very good year for gaming, but I think you can only nominate like 5 is what they typically do. So it's a good year for gaming, and I wouldn't necessarily be, I mean, besides the games we haven't played yet, I wouldn't be surprised or disappointed if any of those won. As long as Starfield lives up to the hype. Hogwarts is tricky though, because none of these journalist types want the hot pocket of, I know hot pocket instead of hot potato, but you know, if you've ever made a hot pocket in the microwave, you know that thing is way hotter than a hot potato. But I don't think anybody wants to juggle that hot pocket of like nominating a hateful game for Game of the Year. So I think they just won't. Lies of P could be a sleeper. I would personally expect Lies of P to come in at like an 8.5 out of 10. I think it's going to be really good. I think there's going to be some like probably larger annoyances or a little bit of clunk here and there, because there always is with kind of AA sized games like that. But the demo was fantastic. I mean, if they can keep that up for 20 hours of gameplay, yeah, Lies of P is going to be a big one. For real. Yeah. I'm waiting for my next pay cycle to justify buying Baldur's Gate 3. I spent so much on games I haven't played this month. Dude, I feel it. We're in a good year. It seems like last year was kind of the slow year, and then this year is popping off. Next year is probably also going to be crazy, because next year I would expect that we see whatever Naughty Dog's been working on. We probably see what, like, at least a trailer for what Cory Barlog's been working on. We should be getting the Elden Ring DLC. Like, we should be getting a lot. Yeah, well, the thing with Hogwarts Legacy is like it dominated the conversation, and I mean, if it gets on Steam's all-time concurrent players list, that is an achievement in and of itself. Like, in the same way that they nominate like the biggest people, the biggest personalities every year for Person of the Year, it's not necessarily saying that they're the best. It just means that this was the game that kind of defined the year, that dominated the discussion of the year. And I think like Hogwarts Legacy and now Baldur's Gate 3 are probably the 2 games that have done that the most. I've seen and heard way more people talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Personally, in my circles, so it's all anecdotal, so it doesn't really mean anything, but in my circles, way more discussion and interest around Baldur's Gate 3 than Tears of the Kingdom. Come at me, Nintendo bros, Nintendo bros. I get it, but that's just my anecdotal experience. I've seen that a lot more people are talking about Baldur's Gate than we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom. Like, Tears of the Kingdom, great game. Comes out, people played it, and they're good. But it just didn't dominate your mind like Baldur's Gate has. Best thing about Baldur's Gate 3's success is that Larian is self-published, so people doing the work get to see the money. Yeah. Well, and again, the CEO said that he told the IT department to expect 100K or so max concurrent. They're at over 800,000. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, that's not a little bit better than expectations. That is, our expectations are in Connecticut and we're in California. Like, that's tremendous. That's great. It's great. Whippy Ice, what up? Sorry, not been in so much gaming and dad life to do. Hope you're good, man. No, you're totally good, my friend. That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear things are going well. Glad to hear things are going well. And 7 months of membership. That's tremendous. To lean into the meme, that's utterly tremendous. Wonder how their deal with the Wizards of the Coast is structured. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what the split is like. But yeah, we've got to talk about the RDR one. Like, Jesus, the RDR port is just god awful. Let me tweak the brightness. You see how dark this camera is, especially when we're on like this frame. It's like really, really dark. Let me just tweak the light and then we'll get into that. How many of you guys have heard, just let me know in chat, how many of you guys have heard what's going on with Red Dead? Like, we've all heard the rumors, right? We've all heard the rumors that they're like doing a full remake, that it's going to be great, that they're going to come out swinging. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you know how Rockstar never disappoints anybody, right? Like, Rockstar just doesn't do that. Okay, this light's gonna have to drop down low. Bear with me. We're just gonna tweak all the brightnesses. You guys are seeing how the sausage is made right here, right now. Drop the Hogwarts light down. That's actually, the hairlight's good. And then, okay. This is how the magic is made, boys and girls. We tweak the lights from here. You want to see what full brightness looks like? It's a little stupid. Look at this. Isn't that just stupid? That's outrageous. Okay, we'll drop it back down to a reasonable level. And then we crank the brightness on this. See how that looks? Ooh, that's pretty good. Oh, first try. Okay. 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 Yeah, I saw some guy claimed he already saw the remake with his own eyes. I want to hunt those eyes. Dude, for real. People just say stuff. Like, it blows me away, but people will just say stuff, and then it's like they're just banking on nobody ever calling them on it because they like, oh, I just said it on Twitter. I wasn't being like serious about it. I just said it on Twitter. Or they'll say like, my anonymous source told me. It's like, okay, dude. I guess if we're just saying stuff, we could just say stuff. Oh, yes. I also saw that Grand Theft Auto 6 will come with a free vibrator and a butt plug that synchronizes with your brain waves. And so it can inject the game straight into your neural network. And then when somebody's like, how do you know that? I'm like, I heard it from a guy on Twitter. He said some stuff. But people like, they just flip their brains off. They flip the stupid switch. They don't want to think about it. They don't want, like, it's what drives me crazy. They don't actually care what's true. They don't care what's true. They just say whatever they want to say. And people go along with it because it's fun. Like, I had one guy, and then I swear to God, we're going to get into the Red Dead news. I was going to show you this though. I had one guy that came in and was like on one of our TikToks that we posted, and he was saying, oh, well, I actually heard that this isn't going to be a problem. I think it was a Starfield TikTok or something. And he's like, I actually heard it's not going to be a problem because they are going to all of this trouble to add in rovers, but they just aren't mentioning it yet because they're going to drop that a week before launch to get people really excited. And when somebody in the comment section was like, how do you know that? Like, you're just saying stuff. He's like, oh, well, I saw it on a TikTok. There you go. There you go. But that does harm when people are expecting that level of craziness. Just like it's a straight up conspiracy, really, is what it is. Like, oh yes, they've lied to you about all of this because they want to surprise you. Like, what? When they've said already no? Like, I guess again, if you just don't care what's true, life's pretty easy, right? Like, if you just don't give a crap, life's easy. But if you care about what's true, then you get called a hater, which is what's particularly funny. Or you get called cynical when in actuality you're skeptical. Available at lukestevenstv.com. Okay, let's talk about this damn thing. Let's not stretch it out anymore. I was trying to avoid the frustration, the heartbreak, but let's just talk about it. By the way, everybody, we're going to try to cut this together into a main channel video. So go ahead and say hi in chat, and you can see yourself in the video. That's probably going to go up later today if it gets cut together good. Okay. Yeah, Lucas, explain the difference, please. Okay. So everything is terrible. Everything sucks. And this is yet another masterclass example of why you should not get your hopes up for anything coming from Rockstar that is not coming from their official team. Basically, in case you have been AFK this morning, we found out what that Red Dead remake is going to look like, what it's going to be. They announced it officially, and it's like way worse than than even I was ready for. I was saying, no, maybe we shouldn't get our hopes up too much because, you know, it's like Rockstar, the last remaster trilogy that they did was pretty terrible. So maybe let's quell those expectations a little bit, be skeptical. Let's just calm down. I didn't even think that it was going to be this bad. So I guess we're just going to get into it because it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Oh, Jesus. Everything sucks. Also, you've probably noticed we are streaming live here on Luke Stevens Live. If you want to come over and hang out with us, it's pinned in the description. I'm probably live or possibly just got off live whenever you're seeing this because I stream a lot, and we're recording this live on August 7th at 10:30 a.m. So you could have been here. You could have been one of these lovely people in the chat, but you weren't. You weren't. So fix that now. Yeah, at least I can play Red Dead now on PC, at least through an emulator. Yeah. Okay, here's the no, where did I put the tweet? Hold on. Just pull up the official tweet from Rockstar. So there is no doubt. It's just so much worse. Okay, here it is. Okay. So what they revealed was this tweet on August 17th. The beloved Western experience, Red Dead Redemption, and its horror companion, Undead Nightmare, arrived together for the first time on the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation systems. Interesting. What are the details of this, pray tell? Let's investigate. Does that mean it's coming to like PS5? It's like a remake? Oh, it's coming to Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation freaking 4. Like, again, I had low expectations. I didn't expect much. They somehow found a way to just blow me away. You know what? You gotta hand it to Rockstar. They sure do know how to just blow me away every single time. Wow. It's coming to that console. To the console that's 10 years old, that's technically last gen. But in their tweet, they also say that it's coming to modern PlayStation 6. Like, this is factually wrong. Definitionally, it is not the modern console. Like no, it's just not. They broke me. They broke my brain. I don't know what to say anymore. Oh God. But what does this actually look like? Maybe it actually looks really good. Maybe they've done something. Well, we actually have some screen caps, some screen grabs. Ben from Videotech X here on, I was going to say Twitter. I guess it's X now. Does that mean you're Xing when you tweet? But it still says tweet. I don't know. They said that these are screen caps from the PS4. There seems to be visible LOD improvements and some texture upgrades. Okay. It sure seems like it. If it renders at a higher resolution with W, the shadows look decent. Yeah, you can see shrubs are rendering in the background. The previous port on 360 and PS3 was not quite like that. But, I mean, still, you're porting it to PS freaking 4. And I guess they're going to make it available for purchase on PS5, but it's going to be one of those PS4 versions. So you have to select the PS4 version of the game and download it from there. I guess maybe that's how they're gonna do it, but it just blows me away. Like, we're 3 years into this console generation, and they're announcing a port to the last generation's console. It just doesn't make any damn sense at all. I'm like legitimately, verifiably, very, very, very confused. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I don't understand. Yeah, we're gonna dig into this real quick. Okay. But if we actually like try to give this a fair shot, okay, we're gonna be good boys. We're gonna try to give this as much of a fair shake as possible. So they're bringing games to the Switch and the PS4, okay, in a single package, okay. It's being done by Double 11 Studios. Okay, we're going to look those guys up. You better trust and believe. And they will be available through backwards compatibility on the PS5. Okay, like I was saying, that makes sense. And then they kind of hype it up a little, describe it a bit. And it's $50. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's $50 freaking dollars, dude. $50 for not a remaster. A port of a game that's like, what, 13 years old, coming to a 10-year-old console. Like, literally, this port should have happened like 10 years ago. 10 years ago. It doesn't make any damn sense at all why this is happening. Like, Obama would have been president when this port should have happened. That's how long ago we're talking. And they're still just coming out with, dude, they're frying my actual brain right now. Oh, God. They don't even, like, clearly describe what it's supposed to be. They don't say remaster. They don't say remake. They're not saying anything like that. They're just saying it's a new conversion. That... Oh, my God. I'm going to have a heart attack. Okay. Deep breaths. Okay, what else do they have? What other information do they have that might be able to win me over on this? I don't know. Apparently people have looked into details. There's no 60 FPS mentioned at all, so presumably this is going to run at 30. There's also no Xbox port of this, because Xbox currently allows you to play it through backwards compatibility, so I guess they just didn't feel like they needed to bother, which is really dumb, especially if there are upgrades done to this. If they actually did swap out some like textures and increase LOD and stuff, the fact that they're just not bringing an Xbox port is really sucky. That pisses me off. But also, like $50 for a port to last gen consoles. It's just amazing. Yeah, exactly, Bryce. My expectations were low, but Jesus Christ, like, God almighty. But who is this studio that's putting this together? Let's see. Okay, so Double 11 is their name. Okay, let me try that again. Jacob, I swapped to the wrong camera. So Double 11 is their name. A new dawn for gaming. Gaming is in our blood. But the color of their font. Who chose this font color? You can't read it. You have to like highlight it to read it. Already, dude. Like on your website, I can't read the text on your website. Who chose this color? What? Was it like a bat with, no, bats are blind. So maybe they chose it. Maybe a bat chose the color. I don't understand. Or what is it? A mantis shrimp? They have like great vision, can see all sorts of colors. I don't know who would have chosen this color, but okay. What have we got going? Games, Red Dead Redemption, Fallout. You can't make this up, dude. They helped with Fallout 76. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Wow. Bro, am I... Okay, did somebody sneak me something? Am I like high on some drug and somebody's pranking me right now? You can't you can't make this up. Like, dear God almighty. And oh, Jesus Christ, you're right. You're right, Epic KP's in the chat. They also worked on Crackdown 3. They supported code development responsible for the Windows 10 store versions of the campaign and Wrecking Zone online PvP modes. They somehow managed to find a team that has been like directly involved in some of the worst ports and worst games in recent memory. Like, it's honestly stunning. Just absolutely stunning. They, I guess, were founded in 2009. They've worked on a bunch of like random ports and stuff. Wow. Again, like, our expectations were pretty low. But Jesus Christ, God almighty monkey balls. This is something else, man. This is... I'm going to have a stroke. I don't even know what to say. Like, wow. So realistically, what probably happened is that they were working on a remake. That would be my expectation. They were working on a remake or something, and then they decided at some point, usually or probably after that GTA trilogy launched and got really poor reviews, they probably looked at it at that point and said, oh, we don't want a response like that, so let's just do a port. Let's call it, like, keep it simple. We won't do a remaster remake. It's just too much trouble. Let's just do that. And then they pivoted to this and are launching it on PS4 of all platforms. I just don't understand. No part of this makes any damn sense at all. It is the height of laziness. Like, you can't make this up. If you were trying to come up with a story where Take-Two does something really lazy with the Red Dead franchise, I don't think you could have gotten this lazy. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. And it highlights one of the most bizarre elements of Rockstar Games and of Take-Two as a company. They have an amazing studio in Rockstar with all sorts of subsidiaries, thousands of employees that make some of the greatest games of all time consistently. And yet they also produce some of the laziest steaming piles of garbage consistently as well. It's like they blow their load on GTA and Red Dead 2 and then GTA 6. And then when it comes to everything else, they have the janitor do it during the night shift. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. It's baffling. And it really like starts to make you worry about something like GTA 6. Because if like, while the studio is very capable, the management is this incompetent. The managers within Take-Two Interactive were pitched this and said, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. Like, this is what they were hyping up in their earnings call. They said, yes, we've got a bunch of stuff coming, re-releases of previous entries in some of our most successful franchises. We're really excited to see how those perform in the market. And this is what they were talking about. Like, I don't even know. I wonder, honestly, probably Take-Two's stock probably is not suffering at all today, because that's just how these things work. Well, like a little bit, but not as much as you would have hoped. They're down less than a percentage point, 70 basis points. That's not much at all. Wow. Yeah, I would have expected the response to be more negative, but for investors, maybe this honestly is not that big of a deal. Maybe they're like, yeah, the PS4 has a install base of 100+ million people, so let's just release it on that and whatever, who cares? And maybe it will work. Maybe that does help them. But for a $23.99 billion company, you would think that they could do something a little less lazy than this. So all of this to say, this is why it's important to maintain a healthy, skeptical outlook so that you don't get horrifically disappointed. Like, this is, of course, disappointing, but it's also just really freaking funny, because we were expecting some shoe to drop. There was going to be something where they screw it up in some way. I don't think anybody was expecting for them to just do something this incredibly stupid, but you know what? They managed to surprise us. You know, maybe that's the lesson. Maybe that's the takeaway. Rockstar, they're just really good at surprising and like blowing people away. And wow, they've they sure have managed. Jesus Christ. Oh, everything sucks. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's coming to PS5 through backwards compatibility. So, you know how, like, Elden Ring, when Elden Ring launched, and the PS5 port had tons of stuttering, but if you installed the PS4 version and played that on your PS5, it ran better. You're going to have to install this as a PS4 game and play it that way. Same if you were like playing The Last of Us Part 2 on your PS5. It's a PS4 game. It has a little PS4 logo next to it. So, yeah. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, so the other thing, you guys are mentioning this in chat, all of you Chads in chat. Like, I do think there is perhaps a little bit of responsibility laid at the feet of the, like, not necessarily leakers. Leakers were just posting stuff that they knew about. Now we definitely can see who was telling the truth and who wasn't, because as we said before the recording started, there were people on Twitter, insiders, saying that they had seen gameplay footage of the remaster and that it looked amazing. And they were getting tons of engagement on their posts by saying that they were seeing the gameplay footage and it looked great and there's reason to be really excited. And now we know that they were just simply lying. So that is helpful. We know who the real G's are, as it were. But the other piece of this is it highlights why speculation is so bad for, I think, the industry as a whole, because when you're just making stuff up, when you just say stuff, it might be fun, it might be exciting to just be like, oh yeah, well, source told me that they're gonna like release this at 4K 60 with like all sorts of crazy upgraded textures, animations upgraded. It's gonna be in the Red Dead 2 engine. They just start throwing stuff out. And then that just ends up not being true. You end up with a lot of people who today are like shell shocked, are blown away. We're laughing it off because we kind of expected them to screw it up. But a lot of people were under the impression that it was basically all but confirmed that this was going to be a full-on remake, even though it hadn't been announced yet. So that's why I think you have to be a little more level-headed with this. But I mean, I don't know. Jazz, thank you for the €2. Red Dead Redemption on PlayStation Network says Pro Enhanced 4K 60 maybe. My understanding, and then let me see if I can actually just pull this up. My understanding is that Pro Enhanced is a marketing term that PlayStation just uses to define games that are playable through backwards compatibility. Sometimes they have like 60 FPS modes and sometimes they don't. But it's not a given. So like Ghost of Tsushima is Pro Enhanced, and so it can do 4K through checkerboarding stuff and also target 60. They also have that for like The Last of Us Part 2 where that can target 60 as well. But my understanding, and this could just not be the case, it might be different now, but my understanding is that the Pro Enhancement stuff ties to the game boost and all of those features that they have, which enable the console to kind of push the code a little bit harder. But if the game is software locked to 30 FPS, which a lot of these are, it doesn't matter how much juice you give it, it's still just going to perform at 30 FPS. Like it just doesn't matter. In the same way, if you're playing a game on PC with a 4090 and you've got it water cooled with octopus blood or something, it doesn't matter how crazy the PC is, it's still only going to run at 30 if you cap the frame rate at 30. So it just depends on this port. But the fact that they got the Crackdown 3 team and the Fallout 76 team to work on it, maybe they will surprise us and it'll be a tremendous port. I don't know, but I wouldn't be so confident. Jesus. Is Red Dead Redemption on the Series X and S 60? I don't remember. I played it, I think early last year through backwards compatibility. I thought it was at 30. I don't think it's at 60. Because I think the game is soft locked or software locked at 30, but I'm not sure. It's 4K 30, not 60. It's 30. Okay. My new favorite feature is the remastered price. Bigger and better than ever. Oh, God. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that like makes me lose all faith in humanity. Look at the engagement, okay? Just look at the engagement. There's 28,000 likes on this, and it's been up for a few hours at this point. 28,000 likes. Like, if you see this and you don't like it, you're not going to like it. You might, like, quote tweet it, which people have been doing. That you might retweet it and just be like, look at this stupid thing. But 28,500 people have liked this and have seen this and gone, oh, nice. Nice. Now, some of them might just like it because they can like follow it. But this to me seems more likely that there are people out there that see this as like, oh, awesome. Oh, sweet. And that might be the case. I do know that like I have more like friends who are more casual gamers. It sounds like a bad word, but it's just like they're not watching streamers talk about games. They're not watching YouTubers talking about games, but they play video games and they'll pop in when something interesting pops up. But they're going to look at this and just be like, oh, I can play it on my PS5 now. Yeah, it's a PS4 version. And yeah, it's not anywhere near as good as it should be for $50 in 2023. But they're just going to see this. Oh, I remember playing this back in the day when I was like in high school or middle school. I'm going to buy this again and play it on my PS5. And that's as far as it's going to go. That's who this is targeting. That's the market that they're trying to shoot for. They don't really care that much about what we have to say because we are not the vast majority of people that they're hoping will buy this by walking into a Best Buy or a Walmart, seeing it on the shelf, and then picking it up for $50. Unfortunately, They just don't really care that much about you and me. Because we're dedicated, but we're a very, very vocal minority. We're not the majority for them. Yeah, if it was like $15, sure. But 50, Jesus. Yeah, a Rockstar art director said that remakes are beneath them and Rockstar is sticking to this quote too hard. Yeah, they said remakes are beneath them. It seems like Rockstar, the main studio, definitely views remakes as beneath them, which maybe they're right. I mean, they are probably one of the top 3 studios in the world. So yeah, anything they touch turns to gold. And if they don't want to mess with remakes, so be it. However, you would think that Take-Two could find teams slightly more capable than this to work on these ports, but apparently not. Continued support still for PS4 in 2023 and 24. Thank you, first of all, Francisco, for the $2. And yeah, they're still doing it. Blows me away. This was a very wet fart of news. Yeah. Jesus. Oh, man. I had some hopes since Take-Two did a good job with Mafia Definitive Edition. Yeah, that's freaking weird, though, dude. Wasn't that actually made by the studio, though? Wasn't that actually developed by Hangar 13? Yeah, it was. It was. So, Mafia Definitive Edition was published by 2K, but it was developed by Hangar 13. It was developed by the guys behind Mafia. So they kind of went back to their roots, remade the whole thing, and this was great. I freaking loved Mafia Definitive Edition. If you haven't tried it, you should definitely try it. But, like, it was made by the team that did this, that knows what they're doing with the franchise. And it just seems like they can't get anybody to port Rockstar stuff well. It's just bizarre, man. Wow. Wow. Let's see, what's Michael saying? Michael, if you don't know Michael, he's Legacy Killer HD. He does a lot of reporting on Rockstar stuff, and you probably, I mean, surely you've seen his videos and stuff. And he's a good guy. He makes good stuff. But what he said is, I do think a lot of people don't understand how negatively much of the Rockstar Games community feels about the company right now. GTA Online paywalled tons of content, and last update was poorly received, the trilogy remake debacle, and now we have this $50 Red Dead Redemption port. In addition to those things, we also have the death of Red Dead Online. Last couple of years have been quite rough for Rockstar. Oh, and there's the GTA 5 E&E. What is E&E? Does anybody in chat know? Help me understand. I don't know what that is. Didn't they also remove like a bunch of cars from GTA Online? Didn't they also do that? They like stripped it out, or am I thinking of something else? Expanded and enhanced. Oh, so it was like an upgraded version for PS5. Okay. And yes, they removed like over 200 cars. Jesus, dude. It really makes you wonder if they're getting too high on their horse. Pun intended. Gotta believe that Rockstar probably was developing an actual remaster for Red Dead Online. Oh, yeah, no, Red Dead Redemption. But after the horrendous reception GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition, they scrapped those plans and instead chose a simple port and outsource it. Safer option, I guess. But they also outsourced the trilogy, the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition. They also outsourced that. So it makes me think that they probably outsourced this from the beginning, and we're just gonna go with the road more traveled, I guess. Like, it's really a bummer, but I have to think that if this PS4 port is releasing now, like, surely if they knew it was releasing in 2023, they would have just ported it to PS5. Or like had a separate version that you can sell for $60 on the PS5. Why not do that? So this makes me think that they were working on this for years, that they sat on it for a bit because they just needed more work on it or something. Or maybe they saw the response to the Trilogy Definitive Edition and they said, okay, polish it up, make sure it runs well. And then they are deciding to release it now. Because I don't know why 3 years into a generation, you would say in your tweet that you're releasing a modern... This is so asinine. releasing on modern PlayStation systems. And what you mean is that you're releasing on the last gen system from 10 years ago that you can play using backwards compatibility. By that definition, imagine if Xbox was like, yes, we're happy to bring a new release of Fallout New Vegas. We're re-releasing it on the Xbox 360, but it runs on modern consoles too, just through backwards compatibility. Like, everybody would be like, no, dude, like, you know what you're doing. That's not how that works. You don't get to say that. But for Rockstar, they just say it so confidently. It blows my mind, man. God, and perhaps the most frustrating thing of all of this, which we haven't even touched on yet. The most frustrating thing about this whole thing, there is still no PC port. Still. Like 13 years after this game's launch, or 12 years after this game's launch, still no PC port. And that's mainly what I was interested in with this remaster, remake, whatever this was going to be, was the chance to finally play this on PC. You could get modders to really improve performance and even the graphical fidelity of the game. On PC, it would have been great, but instead they're porting it just to the Switch and to the PS4, whatever. Screw you, PC players. It just doesn't make any damn sense to me. It's not even an online game. They don't even have the online stuff. It's just the single player stuff. So they're not even necessarily worried about like hackers or stuff in the online. And it makes me think that it's just that they were looking for the easiest, laziest way to re-release this and try to score some nostalgia points with people. And this is how they did it. Like, I just don't understand. Well, if you take into consideration Rockstar's sense of time, the PS4 is modern for them. Yeah, they're caught in a time loop. Man, I don't think it's Take-Two. It's mostly Rockstar's fault. As a long-term Rockstar fan, I've seen them always treat remasters and ports very badly and put all their effort onto their mainline titles. Well, the point is that this isn't them. Rockstar's not the one that selects which studio works on this. This is coming from Take-Two's hierarchy. And they decide who's getting the check to develop the port or the remake or whatever. And they have to do that because Rockstar Games as a studio doesn't want to do it. And frankly, because Rockstar Studios or Rockstar Games are Rockstar Games, Take-Two is not going to tell them, no, you have to do this. They're just going to say, okay, yeah, just calm down. It's like the spoiled brat, you know, that's in the restaurant sitting at the table next to you, and like she's throwing a fit and throwing food everywhere, and she's like, I want dessert now. I don't want to eat dinner. I want dessert now. And the parents are like coddling them. Yes, whatever you want. It's Veruca Saltz. Is that her name from Willy Wonka? I think so. Veruca. What a weird name too. Yeah, it's Veruca Salt. I said it out loud and I was like, what the hell is Veruca Salt? But Veruca, you know, from the modern one, this girl, this is Rockstar. Like, except that if this is Rockstar, she's also really, really good at a couple of things. Okay. And so Take-Two, the parents are just like, oh no, baby, it's fine. Whatever you want, darling, just to keep you happy. It's fine. Oh, you don't want to make remaster? That's okay. Just go back, keep working on GTA 6. It's okay. We'll get some stupid other person to do it. You're fine. And it drives me crazy. And they make everybody that interacts with them hate the living crap out of them. Like, nobody can stand Veruca Salt because she's a spoiled brat, even if she's really good at, I guess in this film, at like picking squirrels, I guess it would be the following. I don't know. The analogy runs out of runway eventually, but it's so tough to feel excited for games when the companies behind the games are consistently making decisions like this. And it reaffirms a feeling a lot of us have, which is that games in AAA development and quadruple A development especially nowadays are just getting lazier and lazier. Studios are not looking for the way to make the most impressive game possible. They're looking for ways to get the quickest cash grab with the lowest effort. and the art form in it has just been completely neglected and forgotten, and that's really, really frustrating. It's why a game like Baldur's Gate 3 is so exciting to so many millions of people who, frankly, probably wouldn't even have played Baldur's Gate 3 like 5 years ago, because it's such a niche game. It's very, very unique. But because there's a drought in the industry for unique, creative, and captivating, passionate experiences, everybody's flocking to it, because it's not that corporate lazy hodgepodge of features trying to appeal to everybody at the same time while also doing nothing well at all. It's just something where you can tell the developers were passionate about it and worked their asses off to make something incredible. And maybe eventually these companies will realize that, but damn, this is so much worse than I was expecting. And you guys know me, I try very hard to keep expectations in check. I don't have much more to say. It's just baffling. It's just baffling. Leo, side note, thanks for convincing me to buy Baldur's Gate 3, Luke. I don't like turn-based games, but this game is an absolute gem. I'm glad you tried it, my friend. Yeah, it's great. Do I think it's going to port well to PS5? I will say I got it working on my ROG Ally last night, and the controls take a little bit of getting used to if you've been playing on PC. But frankly, once you get the hang of it, it works pretty well. So and they've told me that the controller schemes are only going to get improved as they get closer to the PS5 launch. So I think it will translate pretty well. I think so. Fake it till you make it. These companies always forget not only to pretend and try and make everyone believe their games are great, but also make them great. Yeah, it's just, man, it's damn frustrating. Self-publishing is the way to go. From Software self-published, only going through publishers for overseas releases too. No overload to force your hand. Yeah, but also like From Software, they also have to do with Bandai Namco for like the vast majority of their sales. Japan is a huge market for sure, but like Elden Ring, for example, a ton of that like per unit sale came from overseas. Feels like execs squeeze devs for time to maximize profit. It's painful to watch, or it's a painful way to output low quality art. Yeah, it's these guys that, what's really fascinating is a lot of the executives get promoted from like, I think a lot of people were hoping for, okay, what am I saying? My brain is fried. They actually broke my brain. I think a lot of these executives come from other industries as well. And so you'll watch somebody come in and they like have a background in, I don't know, like a great example would be Apple hiring Scully in the 90s. He was the former CEO of Pepsi, and he came in and took over Apple and just ran it into the freaking ground, because you can't run Apple like you run Pepsi. They're completely different, not just industries, but also different cultures. Their customers want different things, so you can't treat them the same way. And it seems like a lot of these executives and middle managers that run companies like Take-Two and even EA to a certain extent, they come in and they try to run it like you would run FedEx or UPS or Eddie Bauer or something, and then they are shocked when you can't get away with that anymore. But it's because it's just a different industry. It's just different. It's just different. Carl, thank you. This RDR2 news is quite disappointing, or RDR news is quite disappointing. I do think that a lot of people's complaints would disappear if it weren't for it being such a high price too. Yeah, frankly, if they came out and they released, or they were bringing this out at say maybe $20, I think people would be less upset about it. They still probably would be disappointed, because there's a lot of statements that have been made by executives that would suggest that they wouldn't typically do things like this. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this one from Michael, he got this article clipped from GameSpot. So Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick 2 years ago, quote, "What we've done differently than the competition is we don't just port titles over, we actually take the time to do the very best job we can, making the title different for the new release. Since then, we've gotten the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition and soon the new conversion for Red Dead Redemption, both not developed by Rockstar." So, like, he said that they don't do this kind of thing, and they've done it twice now. And he specifically praised the Mafia remasters from Take-Two and presumably also the Mafia Definitive Edition as well. So it's just, it doesn't make any damn sense at all. And then this whole thing is justifying why remasters from his company will outperform the competition. And then they've underperformed because they've been lazy piles of garbage. So this is why I think people are so disappointed. It's because they've been told by the executives, we're not going to do X. And then they've done X, but they've done X in such a lazy way that it's way worse than we could have possibly imagined. So even though our expectations were low, they've somehow managed to blow us away even more. Mafia 2 Remaster, I remember, was not great at launch. Yeah, it also was really broken. It's better now. Or I played it like last year, I think. In my opinion, I think it's Rockstar's fault because it's their IP. Mafia remasters were good. Both remasters are from Take-Two subsidiaries, and yet Rockstar's remasters always end up bad. Well, Sanjay, it seems like Rockstar, frankly, just they release games and then they don't care. And we've seen that consistently. Rockstar drops Red Dead 2 and pretty much just doesn't touch it at all after that. Red Dead Online dies pretty much instantaneously. They stop supporting it after just a year and a half, 2 years. And in terms of the main campaign, there's still bugs in the Red Dead 2 base game that have been there since launch that they just never fixed because they pretty much work their asses off. They get the game shipped and then they move on. They just forget about it. And it's a weird company culture. But frankly, if they didn't make such successful games, they would have died out a long time ago, which is kind of like a no duh. But the way that they run their company does not allow them to release mid titles. If they came out and GTA 6 somehow is like an 8 out of 10, and but even then it would probably still sell gangbusters. But let's just say it doesn't sell well. Somehow they release a game that doesn't sell well. I think you would see a lot of heads roll at Rockstar because the way that they run their company is like Veruca Salt's. It's toxic. It's negative. It's prudish. It's just bad. But they can get away with it because they make Grand Theft freaking Auto, because they make Red Dead freaking Redemption. So you can't say anything about it. Man. Yeah, and if it was a $50 port to PS5 where it runs on PS5, but it's a PS5 version, so it runs and renders at 4K 60. But it's the same game just ported over. If that's what it was at $50, that's still a very tough sell. That's pretty aggressive. But they came out with a port to a 10-year-old console. And then you have to play that through backwards compatibility. What? Again, if you were trying to think of something extremely lazy they could have done with Red Dead, I'm not sure if you would have come up with something this lazy. This is way worse than I think anybody could have expected. It's just laughably horrible. Man. Yeah, and again, everybody, just like you guys have been saying, and just like, well, no, what is it? Cernunos? Maybe Kiernunos? I think. Don't financially support what you don't like. Exactly. This is a prime example of why you should vote with your wallet. And in this case, don't give them any money. I know it might be oh, we don't need to, or maybe you're just I want to play Red Dead again and I'll just do that. Don't give them money. Wait till it's on a deep, deep sale if you really want it. Just wait. But just you're going to be okay. you're gonna be okay. But if you buy this thing at $50 when it comes out to play it on Switch or to play it on PS4 and upgrade, it's just gonna like affirm for them that they can get away with it. LOD is like level of detail. So you can usually see like the clearest way you can see is usually vegetation. So as that slider moves up, more vegetation, especially in the distance, and as it moves down, there's less and less. Yeah, in something like Game Pass, yeah, sure, that's a cool addition. That's a cool get. Maybe Microsoft swoops in and grabs that. That would be a great addition, but unless they do that, I don't know. Lisa Maria, good to have you. Sorry you're feeling sick. Hopefully we can make you feel better. Their mainline titles always end up being blockbuster. GTA 6 leaks look better than the port. Oh yeah, no doubt. That's the thing. It's like Rockstar is toxic, but they get away with it because they make Red Dead and because they make GTA. The day that they don't have bangers, or the days that the fans somehow start to get tired of their stuff, is when everything will blow up. So anyway, I guess to wrap all of this up, I don't know, Jacob, do you think, if Jacob's in chat, do you think you got a good ending from there, or do you want me to film like a little ending wrap up? Let me know. They are the hot girlfriend that poops on your bed. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's preem. That's preem right there. Jesus. Oh, and it painted such a vivid image. I had almost forgotten about that. Now it's back in my brain. And everybody's like, at least she's hot. You know? Well, so, oh, dude, she crapped on your bed? Yeah, she did. Well, at least she's hot. Like, but if she weren't hot, you'd be pressing charges. But because she's hot, for some reason, you don't care. You know, it's just, oh, man. Yeah, she's the Amber. They're the Amber Heard of video game publishers. What a deep cut that is. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess let's just do this. Say hi to YouTube, everybody. You can get in the video again. Oh man. I like actually got a little worked up there. Jesus. Wow. Oh man. I just, like I said, everybody's been saying my expectations were low, but holy shit. Holy God. Oh man. Let's see. Oh, and right after this, I have a package on the front porch, so I can go grab that, and then we'll come back and we'll go through the rest of this, because we have a couple of other cool little things to talk about. Okay. Whew. But with all that said, I am just, I'm not mad, Rockstar. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed. They broke my brain. I've been fried all afternoon because of this, and I don't know how I'm possibly going to recover. So with that said, we're going to get back to our regularly scheduled programming here on the stream. But I want to say thank you to everybody who joined us live for this segment. And if you want to join us live for other segments that get turned into cool videos like this, and you want to be in a video, you can do that. Just come by and say hi. We'd love to have you. But with all that said, thank you for watching. I love you all, and we'll see you in the next video. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. And that's how we do it, guys. That's how the videos are made. That's how the sausage is made. Hi, Amber Heard. Oh, wow. That's something else. Okay, everybody. I am going to, I want to try the sausage. I'm going to run up, grab that package off the front porch, and I'll show you what's inside it. It's going to be cool. But I'm going to grab that. We'll just go on a, like, BRB real quick, and everybody stretch, go pee, do what you got to do, and we will return shortly, okay? Okay, here's some Witcher music to enjoy while I'm grabbing that. Okay, much love. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. My cat Finley, the big white cat, he got stuck on the top cabinets and needed to be lifted down. He likes to sleep up there, but every once in a while he'll get up there, and like when he was a kitten, before we even adopted him, he had like a scratch on his cornea. So one of his eyes has like a scar across the eye. And so he has no depth perception. I mean, he basically has one usable eye. And so every once in a while he'll jump up to a really high location and then he can't get back down because he can't figure out how high he is and judge it. So I have to like lift him down like a baby. It's funny. Yeah, and I also took the package out of the box so my address isn't on it, but I figure that's only smart. You guys know me. Well, you might not know this about me. I have two phones. I have a work phone and I have a personal phone. Long story short, I'll tell this. I've told the story in members only streams. I don't really want to get into it too much in the big public streams, but I've said this in our members only streams. I've told you the story about a stalker that me and my wife dealt with really through COVID. Currently has a warrant out for his arrest. He's in California somewhere. Screw that guy. But that whole thing really made me appreciate having a separate device for like personal communications with friends and family, and then having a work phone, which is the number all of my work stuff is tied to. All of the like two-factor authentication, any work calls I do with brands or anything, all of that is done through a work phone. And that's why you'll see me occasionally have like my work phone and then my personal phone, which is an iPhone. This thing is like 2 years old or so. And so I figured it's time to trade it in, especially because they're going to give me like over $1,000 for this thing. So why not? When I can only resell it for like 400. So I decided to trade it in. And guess what? Guess what? It's here. It's here. So there's that. So I figured we'd look at it. Let's see. That's a wide package. Yeah, it's not long. It's very thick and wide. It's got girth, you know? Like a graham cracker. Yeah. Who's a stalker, Luke? I'm honestly not sure how much I can go into it. You can, like, if you really wanted to dig into it, you could look into like court filings and stuff that is public. As of right now, where the case is, basically I don't think I can get into like the facts of the case because it's all allegations, I guess, at this point. Once he's like convicted and found guilty and stuff, then I can talk very openly about it. But the facts of the matter that you can find through publicly available information is that there have been multiple court hearings. He fired, I think, 2 different public defenders he had. He fired them because they were, in my opinion, probably encouraging him to look at plea deals and things, and he didn't want to do that when he would have only gotten like probation and wouldn't have been a big deal. So he elected to represent himself pro se and then refused to show up to court. So there's a bench warrant out for his arrest and has been for like a year and a half. He's just missing. So we have no idea where he is. Last we heard, he was in California somewhere. But yeah, that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. We have to stalk you to find out who the stalker is. Yeah, it's that kind of guy. When this all goes through, I will be sharing like the facts of the case, and I'm going to do a whole video on it, because this guy is like the quintessential nice guy on Reddit, like nice guy incel type. That's this guy. So it's really funny and also terrifying at the same time, because since this happened to us, we also know for a fact he's done it to other people as well. So This is a thing that he does. He's done this a lot. He just has like no perception. He's like very unstable and potentially very dangerous. Did you actually know this night face to face? Yes. There's a lot of nuance. Like I said, I've gone into it in like the members only streams that are a little more private. So I guess if you want, not to like gatekeep it, but I just don't want to be like blasting it out into the public because I don't want to do that. So in more intimate and private spaces like the members only streams or Discord, I've mentioned it. But my typical approach, like I told this guy when he started getting like really crazy, I told him, if you keep this up, I will be contacting the authorities and we'll take the necessary steps. And he was like, no, you can't do that. There's no way. I've done nothing wrong. I'm just looking out for everybody's best interests and they'd side with me anyways. And then we got the cops involved. Told you so. It was like one of the most proud moments of my life when the cop calls him and like then they file charges. I was like, I told you. I tried to tell you. But you know, he's just a prick. Just a prick. So his day is coming. I don't know, maybe he's dead in a ditch somewhere, or maybe he's still hiding out in California. I have no idea. But that's why I take my security relatively seriously, especially with 2 kids now. Like I just don't mess around with it. And that's why like a lot of YouTubers just have the one phone and they just blend everything. And if it leaks, whatever. But I take it pretty seriously. So I have a work phone. I have a private phone. I have it all very locked down. So like all of the stuff we own, I buy through like trusts and LLCs that are like registered through my registered agent is like my accounting firm that I use. So like my stuff is pretty buried because I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to risk it. But anyway. So with that said, ooh, the Apple ones are more fun to tear because they're like plasticky. They just feel really good. It feels so good. If you haven't seen these phones, oh baby. Basically, it's a big, flat, and I'll go through those super chats just a second, guys. Sorry. I have my hands full.
Drina D super chatted $5.
Oh baby.
Sorry, Luke. As a dad myself, I couldn't imagine dealing with something like this.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Like it was scary when it was just me and Nikki. And now that we have kids, it's just on another level because there's multiple levels of concern, you know. But yeah, that's it. And they also apparently got rid of the little gap when you fold it, which the last generation had like a pretty big gap. So yeah, it's a folding phone. Isn't that crazy? When you look at it at an angle, you can see the crease, but when you're looking at it straight on, you can't. And then the whole thing folds and you can use the front phone as well. So for me, it's really nice because I've used these folding phones before. It's really handy because I can just kind of have like any scripts up I need. I can have scripts up and then also emails. I can have all of that going at the same time. And it's just very, very, it helps me be very efficient. So no one really needs this. Again, the only reason I am able to get it is because I'm trading in a phone that's a couple years old, and Samsung has ridiculous trade-in value during the launch week of new phones, specifically if you go through their website. So if you've never traded something in with Samsung, they will give you like 2 to 3 times what you would get from other places. Apple will give you like $50 and then a handshake maybe for like last year's iPhone. Samsung will give you like $1,200. It's crazy. just not? Okay. I'm just gonna set it there. What kind of protective case do I use for it? It always takes a little while into the generation to get cases that are good for these, because they're definitely very niche. These are not super commonplace, as you can imagine. So I won't be getting like a case that I'm really happy with probably for a couple months, I would guess. But for now, we're just using the Samsung official because they also offered like, I think I got this case for free because again, they just have crazy deals on launch day. So this just snaps on. Oh, I gotta take the adhesive off. I have a Z Flip 3 and the screen started messing up within the first 6 months of using it. I had a bunch of trouble trying to get Samsung warranty dealers to repair it. I will say it's much better now. Nikki's folding a Z Flip 4 that she had last year. It got a hinge problem where the whole phone kind of tilted. Oh my God. The whole phone kind of slightly tilted a bit, so it didn't line up perfectly. Like, you know, when a laptop, the screen doesn't fold flat, it's like just slightly to the right or to the left. She had that happen, and I filed the warranty thing with Samsung, and no joke, within a week, we had basically a brand new phone. So they are certainly better now, I feel. But voila. Yeah. Then we just port over the software and everything, and then we're good. Oh my God, so many little pieces of plastic. Dear God Almighty. Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm starting to recover from the Rockstar news, but Jesus, dude. You just can't make this up. What is this? How does this work? Oh, that's weird. It like cinches up so that you can grab it. Huh. This is the Z Fold 5. And frankly, you shouldn't buy it at full price. You should get it when it's on one of those crazy trade-in sales. But then you see you can hold it with that, and then you can open it. Isn't that nice? Isn't that Gucci? So, that's that. That's that. Samsung kills it. Yeah, they got some crazy cool tech. If you like fancy tech, that's the way to go. iPhone 15, they're announced early September, and then they release about a week or two later. So I would expect early September, and then is when the announcement is, and then it'll release sometime. I would think probably like September 20th, around there. That typically is when it happens. Okay, we talked about that. Close that. Oh, this was also funny. I just to show you this. This was fun. So somebody was playing Fallout 76 and came across a guy whose username was P3. Now, if you don't know, P3 is a username that Phil Spencer uses. In fact, his handle on Twitter is Xbox P3. And what they found, like, they thought that this might have been Phil Spencer playing. And so they started trading and emoting and stuff and giving each other stuff. Jesus, he has almost 400 supers. Jesus. And then he like gives him a bunch of stuff to help him out and being all nice and sweet. But then they checked afterwards, and like he was giving him a certain number of objects that would then equip or give him an achievement. And then they checked afterwards, found the achievement for this thing that he got, and it lined up with the time period. So this is Phil Spencer. They came across Phil Spencer in Fallout 76 just playing. Like that's the CEO of Xbox that he just ran into in the game. How crazy is that? That's wild. But this is why like I kind of like Phil Spencer, is because he's an actual gamer. Like, you don't have to love Xbox as a brand. You don't have to love Microsoft. Nobody's saying that. But at least he's a gamer. I think, like, I don't think you would ever see Jim Ryan casually in a game because I don't think he's a gamer. Like, I just don't think he is. Yeah, this is one of the most wholesome things I've seen. Like, it's just so cute. Oh, did Phil also reply? Oh yeah, he did. He totally did. You're right. Phil Spencer. This was very nice of you. Thanks. Heels are always welcome. Like, that's great. Isn't that just sweet? I wish you were playing a better game, but still. At least he's a gamer. At least he's a gamer, which is more than you can say for a lot of these other executives running these businesses. Unfortunately. This was also kind of cool. So, look at this. A Bloodborne hack shows what a PS5 version could look like. A hacked version of Bloodborne running at 1080p and 60 frames has been revealed to show what it could look like on PS5. This is something that's actually existed for a while. We've known about this. There's been people that have done these mods for, at this point, years. But this guy got it also running at 60. And, I mean, this is what we're dealing with. Unfortunately, the quality on X, is pretty terrible for video. But man, it makes you really, really wish that they would just patch the damn game and give it 60. Because it only runs at 30, and even then it struggles sometimes to maintain 30. It really does. And this is a game, like a genre of game that really benefits from higher frame rates. So the fact that Bloodborne is remembered so positively, even though it had that limitation, is a really testament to how good the game is. Even if this guy is not very good at it. Oh no. Oh no, Rocky. What's Rocky sharing? Oh, the modder mentioned that it affects dodge and attack timings. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably a more involved thing to get it working super tightly, but you know, if you get the official team or like full team working on it with source code, I'm sure they could figure it out. Let me see. Let me touch on these real quick. T10L11. I used to watch you years ago, started watching you again, and it's funny because I also got a kid and all that. Love seeing your content growing strong. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. It must be weird popping back in and seeing things change, and then your life's also changed, but we've changed in similar ways. You know, it's just, that's wild. Man. And Irox, thank you. Irox Z11, thank you. Oh, baby. Re-upping that membership. Imagine Bluepoint doing a Demon Souls or Bloodborne. Yeah, easy. That would be a layup. That would be a layup. Okay, let me pull this up. Rocky's going to break our hearts. Okay, let's touch on this. This is going to be heartbreaking, I'm sure. Because we can't have anything nice. That's what I'm learning today. We can't have anything nice. Where the hell is the SIM card slot? Let's see. Okay, yeah, this one's gonna hurt. I just read the first little line. It's gonna hurt. You gotta be really careful that you don't accidentally shove the SIM card tool into this microphone hole. That's a recipe for a bad time. Okay, let's just talk about this. Okay, Assassin's Creed Mirage leak shows return of controversial feature from modern games. A leak from a well-known Ubisoft data miner suggests that AC Mirage will retain one controversial feature. That controversial feature is microtransactions. Ubisoft's decision to embrace games as a service model in recent years has been successful in increasing revenue. The leaked equipment pack suggests Mirage may adopt a premium in-game currency model similar to AC Valhalla. Or, sorry.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
So, first of all, this is a leak, but it's a data miner and apparently finding a pack. And this also makes sense because they have all sorts of packs available for pre-order and stuff like that. So, not really a surprise. Let's see, where are the specifics? Oh, no, it's been Oh, they struck it down. Interesting. Okay, so they struck it down. So that tells me that this is probably real. If Ubisoft went in and struck the picture he used, then it's probably real. Even though Mirage is largely intended as a tribute to the original AC game, it will apparently still incorporate equipment, microtransactions that were prominently featured throughout recent games in the franchise. That's according to established Ubisoft data miner Jonathan, who recently took to Twitter to share an image of one such piece of paid content. According to their leak, AC Mirage will offer a Fire Demon pack that includes a full set of armor for Basim, Chamfron mask for his mounts, and a flaming sword. Oh. While the pricing, I mean, if it's just cosmetic, who gives a crap, right? The problem was that even in AC... well, Valhalla too, but like Valhalla was a really egregious example. Even in that one, they had it so they had cosmetics, but then they also had armor sets that did impact gameplay, that would actually make the game easier if you were wearing them versus something in game. And that frankly sucks. I don't like that. So I don't have that much confidence that this won't affect gameplay because they've done that very, very recently, but I guess we'll see. Well, the pricing of the newly leaked equipment pack remains unclear. Its very existence suggests that AC Mirage might take a cue from the last mainline installment in the series by adopting a premium in-currency or in-game currency model. Some of the most memorable armor sets in AC Valhalla, such as Black Raven, Einherjar, and Draugr, were locked behind paywalls priced at up to 800 Helix credits. The smallest amount of Valhalla currency bundle containing 2,300 credits regularly retails at $20, though it's also frequently treated to deep discounts. In July of 2023, there was an AMA done by creative director Stéphane Boudon, who said that Ubisoft isn't planning to offer extended post-launch support or DLC for Mirage. The company has so far confirmed that the upcoming game will include an exclusive 40 Thieves quest as a pre-order bonus. I mean, none of this is really surprising to me. I don't like it. I don't like the XP boosts. I don't like any of this stuff. I think it all sucks. But is it like something that's going to make the game unplayable? I don't think so. It's just not what I would have preferred. But it doesn't disqualify the game from consideration. That being said, it still is just frustrating to see that they're like, yes, we're returning to our roots and we're also doing all of this. It's like, guys, can we just like have one game where you just kind of like chill and you just like own it? Can we just do that? Can we just do that? I guess not. I guess not. But it comes on October 12th. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think this is like a big bad deal? What do you think? What do you think? Oh, do they have the actual leak? But is this video going to get struck if we put that in the video? Because they already struck his picture that he tweeted. So I don't want to get struck if they're going to do that. Yeah, I guess everybody in chat, to be safe, I'm not going to show it. I can see it, and if you want to look at it yourself, you can look at it, and I'm sure if you Google it, you can find it. However, what I'm looking at is pretty high quality artwork of what appears to be a cosmetic pack of stuff that honestly, I mean, it looks kind of cool, but in a game that's supposed to be like a single player narrative game, it is a little weird. But you know what? If they offer that for $10 and if somebody wants to buy it, so be it. I'm not going to be buying it, but you know, as long as it doesn't affect gameplay, that's fine. The tough thing with all this is like the easy answer that so many people say is like, oh, well, if you don't like it, just don't buy it. And it's like, yeah, that's easy enough to say, but the reason that this is like a big deal and why we're frustrated by it is because, as we saw with like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, for example, they will balance the game according to that inflated XP level. And we also saw this with like Shadow of War, where they balance the game around the assumption that you are going to be using this stuff. And you can't just get around that by not buying it. Like you just can't. With Odyssey, they basically balanced the game around you using XP boosters for, you know, whatever it was, $5 or $10 or something. And if you used the XP boosters, you could get through the game without a lot of grind. It was just kind of like a steady, lean experience. But if you didn't use the XP boost, you would get like 3/4 of the way through the game and then have a ton of grind to deal with. And my fear would be if they have these cosmetic packs that they sell to you that offer in-game bonuses and like higher damage or higher defense, then we potentially see the game balanced, thinking that you're using that stuff, and that can harm the gameplay experience for everybody else. Origins struck a gold balance. I think it's also because Origins was shorter. I think that helped a lot. Luke, I'm playing brand new Red Dead Redemption game early on my PS3. Can't believe they leaked the review codes. Oh, man. Oh, God. I hope it doesn't have that AC Odyssey thing where you can focus on the main story missions or force grind repetitive side missions to get to the appropriate level. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, like, if they charge whatever it is, $10, $5, whatever for that boost, then they're like, oh, well, then you're good. And if you don't want to do that, you don't have to use it. But everybody's like, well, dude, you balance the game around the assumption that we use it, so we kind of have to use it unless we want a worse experience or a more bloated experience, you know? So I don't like this, but no part of this surprises me, unfortunately. Unfortunately, no part of this is surprising. Man. And then this other story, this is interesting. Nvidia coming out swinging. Jesus, look at this. So Nvidia just patented new high-tech cheat detection systems. No doubt using AI stuff. The technology giant Nvidia has recently patented a new system that may be deployed to detect cheaters using superhuman mouse movements in PC games. A few months ago, the company devised a technology that enables AI NPCs to understand and engage with players in real time. We've looked at that before. Basically like ChatGPT tied into dialogue. It's cool. It was like very early on, so we'll see how it actually develops. But many companies are trying to tackle online cheaters and bots right now, such as Ubisoft and Bungie. While Nvidia is better known for making some of the best graphics cards for gaming in the market, its anti-cheat system may potentially be used in upcoming competitive games of other companies. And this is a no-brainer. It's a big market, especially if you can get like 50 cents on every sale as royalties for like a game like Apex or something for being used for their anti-cheat. Easy. NVIDIA's newly patented tech will identify cheaters in games, focusing on detecting superhuman movements in titles that may allow the user to get unfair advantages in competitive environments. Specifically, NVIDIA states that the primary goal of the technology is to crack down on gamers who use aim assists or aim bots in games. Let's see if we can try to understand this with our monkey brains, okay? Let's try. Open image and new tab. Okay, gaming system, arrow. Are you with me? Okay. Stefan, also 9 months. Jeez, thank you, my friend. UB games are like cheap printers with expensive ink. Buy them on deep discounts later and purchase the time savers while you're at it. Yeah, a lot of the time that is how it boils down. So this is their part of their patent for this system. So actual motion data, user input. So they detect the motion from the user input, which is considered external to this entire system. So they're not directly observing or involved with the user input. They're just taking that in and viewing it, which would allow them to also detect cheaters using like Cronus devices or stuff, even on console, which would be using or would be working on separate devices, you know, that you wouldn't be able to detect in a traditional way. So cheating hardware changes actual motion data from input device, typically only one. So they can also detect cheating hardware going into the operating system or cheating software injected between the operating system and the game. Motion data corresponds to input, modeling, client computing device. Okay. Segments, submotion from motion data. Okay. So they're just saying that they're going to have a sub movement analyzer that goes into a cheat detector that updates the game state. Okay. This whole thing just looks like a really complicated way of saying, yeah, users will input commands to the game and then the game will take that and send it to this sub movement analyzer, and then that will detect cheaters and then it'll move to the game state. Okay, so it's not actually that helpful. What a waste of time. While the actual technology works in a way that a layperson probably wouldn't understand, the short version is that the system obtains data from the gamer's movement speed, then segments that information and compares it to motion data from other sources. This way, it's able to determine whether or not the movements are unusual enough to be considered impossible for a human to perform without cheating. In this case, the system is warned, and the gamer using the cheating program will likely receive some kind of penalty for breaking the rules. This is going to be interesting because you're going to have like, was it Call of Duty that updated their cheating system? And a bunch of like streamers got flagged for it. And then they're like, oh, it glitched out, man. It glitched out. I'm just too good. I'm too good. I'm hitting too many shots. And then they were like, well, no, we analyze it like conclusively. The mathematical probability of you being able to do X, Y, and Z is like 1 in 100 billion. So no. You're not a victim. Like this is not that simple. Similar projects have garnered pretty good results so far. For instance, Ubisoft's Mousetrap anti-cheat system works in a fairly similar way by diminishing the returns of people cheating instead of banning them. And it has drastically reduced the number of bots and cheaters in Rainbow Six Siege. That's probably why more companies are investigating these anti-cheat solutions. Diminishing the returns of people cheating. So do they just like, they detect that it's cheating and then like they just lower the XP payout? Is that what they mean? Does anybody know about this Rainbow Six Siege anti-cheat? Are there any Rainbow Six players in here? Because I'd be interested. Like, the punishment I think is the probably most important piece of this, because a lot of cheaters will just make new accounts. They don't care. But if you can find a way to like shadow ban them where they get moved into other like lobbies with other cheaters to the point where they're like, oh, I'm not having fun, so I'm not even going to bother deleting the account. I'm just going to start playing straight. It's a frame glitch. Dude, that was so cringe. I'm glad to see now that her streaming career is dying down, but now it seems like she's just moving into OnlyFans. One of you guys, was it Imperium? Who got me to look at her? Who got me to look at her Twitter account? And it was just like all bait for that. Somebody tricked me into that on stream. Oh, it was Leo. That's right. Yeah, the circle of influencer. Yeah, you become a streamer by way of cheating or some other means of deception. And then when that starts to fail, you become an OnlyFans star. Easy.
Treble Champ super chatted $6.37. Luke, I'm slowly moving over to PC gaming and it feels like I'm cheating on PS5. I keep booting it up and thinking, this game's 120 FPS on my PC, it's sad.
Yeah, that you're not alone, Treble. You're not alone. I really wish that I had more reason to boot up these like my consoles and stuff, but unless there's an exclusive, I really just don't have any reason to. Like I just don't. Like the PS5, it's sitting right there. I don't think I've played something on the PS5 in probably a few months. But it's because like all of this other stuff is available on PC. I just don't have a reason to. So you're definitely not alone. That's very common. Spider-Man 2, yeah, that's gonna be great because I'll have a reason to play on it. Oh, I'm gonna skip the flute again. I know I did this last stream as well. I still like the flute bit. Typical progression. Are you going to OnlyFans? Oh, for sure. Yeah. Give it a few years. I'm gonna have no choice. Let's see. Punishment is they'll come to your house and slap you on the wrist. Ooh, baby. It's basically makes you feel like you're lagging if you're using a mouse and keyboard on console, but people are still bypassing it. Oh, okay. Since Take-Two and Rockstar are supposed to have re-release games before the earnings call on August 10th, is it safe to assume that GTA 4 will get the same lazy port treatment? I would have thought that there would have been leaks about that, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know. My friend has a 4090 and it still buys the console versions of all games. Please pray for him. Oh my god. That actually hurts. That does hurt. Yeah, that hurts. I mean, there are some of these games that like if they're locked to 60, like frankly maybe like Elden Ring, it's locked to 60 on console and on PC, so it doesn't really matter which you play on. So in that case, I can see somebody just being like, I like the console, I'll just play on the console, whatever. I can totally understand that. But otherwise, like, you know. Are you playing console or Starfield on console or PC? Probably PC. I don't know why I wouldn't, but I'll test it on console. So I expect to do like early access. If I don't, I'd highly doubt they send me a review code. But if somehow I do, I'll be playing it on PC. And then when the game launches, I'll be testing it also on console as well. Just to see how it runs on the Series S. I can't wait to see how it chugs there. I mean, with the state of PC versions lately, consoles can end up being more consistent at launch. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. The PC versions are like, the PC versions have not been great, but they're also, I don't know. I think you can rework a lot of PC ports to get them more workable. I think so. He prefers to play Destiny on console instead of PC. I kid you not. Is it something with like crossplay, or I thought they all had crossplay? Because if it has crossplay, he is just categorically insane, and we need to get him help because something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. Let's see. Okay. Juicehead has a video on Starfield updates. Are these going to be real updates, or is this going to be like one of those cringe things where it's like a huge new update to Starfield, and then it ends up being like they posted to Twitter a new banner, and that's it. You know? Austin Ryan, thank you also for 3 months. Oh, baby. Thank you, my friend. Nope, he's just insane. That hurts. Someone on Reddit said, Juice said, basically what it is. Oh, God. Should we? I'm intrigued. Let's see.
This week, we just got a bunch of news and updates around Starfield. Such as one, we're going to be seeing more about the game, but also a look into some of the recent fan frustrations with Starfield and its marketing. The big batch of news recently was around Gamescom. This is the biggest gaming convention in the world, and it's going to be taking place from August 23rd to 27th, so just a couple of weeks away. Xbox and Bethesda are going to Gamescom in a pretty big way. It's described how they're going to have their biggest booth at the convention ever, as well as a 300-seat theater. And Starfield will be shown here. Xbox describes attendees will be able to check out exclusive theater presentations from Bethesda Game Studios' highly anticipated Starfield. And they go on to describe how also in the theater there's
I swear to God, if this whole thing is just, yeah, they said that they're going to be at Gamescom, I'm going to lose it.
going to be presentations around Forza Motorsport as well as Ara History Untold. Although, at least based off what we know right now, it seems like that's really it for Starfield at Gamescom. Xbox has described how there will also be hands-on for other games like Stalker 2, Payday 3, and even Phantom Liberty, but Starfield is not going to be a playable title at Gamescom 2023. And that's despite the fact that this event is taking place just a week before Starfield Early Access is meant to begin, and that lack of playability has definitely led to at least some pushback and concern in some corners of the community. But this Gamescom
I mean, personally, I don't think this is that big of a deal. It takes a lot to get a game working for a demo, like, because you better believe at Gamescom, thousands and thousands and thousands of people are there. If anybody can like slip a USB thumb drive into the, maybe it's probably on consoles, but onto like the PC it's running on and try to copy and paste some file, like they're going to do it. There's going to be absolute insanity. So getting one of these things running like well is not easy. It's not an easy task to just, oh, make a demo. It's just not that simple. So I've seen people freak out about stuff like this before where they're like, oh, but they don't have a demo ready. It's demos are not that easy to put together. You have to spend a lot of time working on that. Like it's just not that simple. It just isn't. So I don't think that's that big of a deal, but I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Starfield presentation is honestly pretty interesting, and I think we have a pretty good idea of what we could expect from it. Bethesda did something very similar for Fallout 4 back in 2015, where at that Gamescom they had this behind closed door showing of Fallout 4 gameplay, except somebody at this gameplay showcase secretly filmed it and ended up leaking the gameplay online. And although I'm not a huge fan of somebody leaking this gameplay online, what we can see is actually pretty awesome, and if you're going to Gamescom this year, you may be in store for something cool, because if you look at the
Yeah, this is something very similar to what they did for like CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk 2077 at E3 back in 2019. When we went, they had like the public view of it, they had a behind closed doors view of it, and at any of the media or closed door events it was like this. You sat kind of on, they look kind of like bleachers, they're like 3 or 4 up in a smaller room, probably about the size of this studio honestly, and then you went and just waited. Eventually 2 developers came out and they had a little gaming PC like in this corner over here, and then it was plugged into a projector shining on this screen, and then they just played it for us for like 15-20 minutes, went through a mission. It was the one where you go up against and you clear out the base with the Voodoo Boys. I think they ended up just releasing footage of that section later, but they went through that sequence and then that was it. So very similar to this, and I would imagine they do something similar to Starfield where they just showed 10 minutes of the game. Whatever.
Fallout 4 gameplay, it largely looks to be unscripted. It's really just somebody playing some of the early parts of Fallout 4 in front of you. I've been to some events like this in the past, and a lot of times they'll do something really fun where the person that's playing the game will even ask the crowd what to do next. So there's some crowd input on what decisions are made early on, or whether or not you take out somebody or go a peaceful route. So when it comes to Gamescom 2023, I would expect something very similar for Starfield. Likely different sessions of somebody playing some of the early quests in the game in a 300-person theater with a bunch of people watching. But then of course there's the big question of, well, will you at home actually be able to see this? And honestly at this point it's not entirely clear, but there's definitely some hope. They did say if you can't make it to Cologne this year, which is where Gamescom is taking place, don't worry, we'll bring the Xbox booth directly to you with deep dives, gameplay, and developer interviews live streamed across 3 days of the show. So at the very least, get subscribed. I will be going to Gamescom personally this year, and I will be trying to watch the Starfield presentation, and if permitted, I'll make a video on my thoughts on the gameplay. In addition, I also plan to play Stalker 2 and probably give my impressions of that as well. But I definitely do think this is just going to be a couple of weeks before its official release date, so even if we can't play it at Gamescom, there'll likely be quite a few members from Bethesda, and perhaps even Todd Howard giving interviews sharing new details. And I wouldn't be shocked if we get a launch trailer here as well. Opening Night Live kicks off Gamescom at the night of August 23rd. It's hosted by Jeff Keighley, and this seems like a perfect opportunity for a new
Geoff Keighley.
Starfield trailer to drop. One of the discussions to spin out of this is that fan concern over Starfield not being playable, because if this early access period is beginning just a week later,
Okay, if this whole video is just complaining that's not playable, I'm not that interested. I mean, again, like, would I prefer it be playable? Sure. But it takes a lot of time and money to get a demo ready. It just does. And I think everybody would rather them work on polish and refinement than work on a demo. So I don't really give a crap. the game's going to stand or fall on its own merits. I think it's, yeah, again, like it's easy to be like, oh, well, they haven't let any like media play the game yet, except for like IGN, I think got an hour with it or something. And then they got to ask questions to Todd Howard, and they all were just layup questions that didn't mean much of anything. And so like they've done stuff like that, which doesn't instill any confidence at all. But like there's been amazing games that have launched without any early access or gameplay previews where they let press and journalists play the game ahead of time. So, and there's been a lot of terrible games that have let people try the game ahead of time. So it just doesn't mean much of anything either which way. So I'm not losing sleep over this. Like all of my concerns with the game hold steady regardless of whether somebody's played it or not. So don't care that much. It's going to launch with bugs like all Bethesda games, but not broken. The FPS cap and Microsoft attention ain't going to let it release crap. I mean, we all were saying the same thing about Redfall as well. We all were saying back at the time, and go watch like videos people were making at the time, especially like look up Colt Eastwood and those guys. They were saying there is no way Microsoft would let this game fall flat when it's the first big exclusive of the year and it's the only game they have before Starfield. And we all know how that went. So, yeah. You can't make any assumptions with this stuff. You really can't. Like, they are going to do whatever they're going to do. And I think past performance and past behavior is the best indicator of future behavior and future performance. It's not guaranteed, but it is a very good indicator. If a studio consistently releases bad stuff, then they're probably going to release bad stuff in the future. And if they consistently release great stuff, they're going to release great stuff in the future. Probably. Not certainly. You can never be certain, but probably. Probably. If Starfield doesn't launch broken, I'll be shocked. Well, here's the question. Let me ask you this. Which do you think will run Starfield worse? And when I say this, I mean, which do you think has more problems? Okay, so like nobody's expecting the Series S to run super well. It's going to run at like 30 FPS. I think they said 1440p. So we understand that on PC you could crank it higher. But when I put this question in chat, what I'm asking is which do you think is going to have like terrible frame dips, if either? I'll also add that option. Neither. It will run great on both. Okay, so I'll put that option in there just to quell those guys. But which do you think is going to be the least optimized? Maybe I do that. Will be the least optimized. Yeah, let's do that. Which do you think will be the least optimized for Starfield? There we go. Okay, vote in chat. My guess is that the PC version and the PC port is going to run like hot steaming garbage. I think it's probably going to be extremely heavy. It's going to be something where if you're playing on a 4090 and like a very high-end PC that costs more than most people's cars, you probably are going to have an okay experience. But I think if you're playing this on like a mid-tier PC or a budget PC, it's probably going to run like steaming garbage, which is what we saw with Fallout 4, what we saw with Fallout 76, of course. And I don't remember the launch of Skyrim because I wasn't really in the gaming space at that time. But from what I've heard, Skyrim even had problems when it launched. So that's my guess. I think they'll put a little more effort in the Series X because parent company and all. But then Redfall proved the theory wrong. Yeah, it's just we've learned this year you can't take anything for granted. You can't assume anything because whenever you assume something, it makes an ass out of you and me. And with Xbox, we've just assumed, oh, there's no way they would launch Redfall broken. It's like their first huge thing of the year. Surely they're going to put some more effort into it. And we all know how that went. Like, you just can't assume anything. We all assumed there's no way Rockstar would release just a port to the PS4 of Red Dead instead of actually remaking it and stuff. There's no way. What do we find out today? Some reason I have a feeling Starfield will be a letdown in the sense that people will realize a lot of stuff the player can do is smoke and mirrors and the vastness of the game is just a puddle deep. Yeah, I see. It's the exact same stuff. I wonder if I can find that video. Was it the Krabby Cat video on No Man's Sky? I don't remember what video it was. Oh wait, this? Yeah, this. Like, the craziness surrounding Starfield is very similar to what I remember about No Man's Sky. Like, look at this. So this is a video. This is a video from back in 2015. Okay, so this is E3 2015, June 18th, 2015. And these guys were talking about No Man's Sky. And from what I recall, there's one guy in this group that's like, I don't get it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't get what the hook is. Like, I just don't get it. Let me see. I don't know. I'll just play it. But these guys, like, a bunch of them are like, it's like a weird religious thing. It's like, how dare you question Sean Murray and No Man's Sky? How dare you?
Just trying to think about that. I was trying to think like if video games could just be things where you go need to think about that in silence during this Just Play. I'm gonna let you do that.
I'm sorry.
That's
That
okay.
is
That's an
actually a
option.
really good question. Yeah. I respect it.
I like it. Today's been full of really good questions. We are in no shortage for quips, for intelligent responses.
I just need the
careful analysis, for pointed questions. Phil lost it. We're good.
Where's the question?
2 more days. All right, here we go.
Okay,
All right.
just talk. Jesus.
Okay, we're going.
I'm standing for this one. I'm ready.
Standing for this one.
I'm ready. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Oh my God, just get to the point.
Okay, we're all standing.
Here we go.
Okay.
I'm actually really glad.
Bring us home, Ben.
Okay.
Bring us home.
All right.
Okay.
This is because this is the one.
This is the one.
This is the one I want information about the more than any other game. Oh, how it feels, how it plays. No, I want information. I want facts.
Okay.
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 So I imagine you two guys like detectives, okay, and you're going down to E3. You'll notice we're standing for this one. We're pumped because we need information about this.
Yes.
You know, it's just like, okay, we're excited about this game, but I'm nervous about this, or like, oh, you know, we're not as excited about it, but I want to hear good news. I need a hook. I need the thing of No Man's Sky. I need to know, okay, we're getting to the center of the galaxy, great, but what am I doing? I'm going to a planet and I'm just smelling flowers and then I fly somewhere else? What is happening in this game?
tell
Spend
us.
more.
Fantastic question. Very simple, right? What do you do? What's the hook? What's the loop? What's the thing? And this is a question that also is very valid within Starfield because people have been saying, okay, well, you can get bases. Todd Howard went out of his way to say in that interview he did with the Kind of Funny Games guys, the base building is considered a very late game activity. You're not going to be doing that through your main run of the game. That's something after like the campaign. That's late game, okay? Same with like ship customization. That's late game. That's not something you'll be doing for the first however many dozens of hours, okay? So what are you doing in the base game, in the main game that most people are going to be engaging with, not the end game? You're going to be completing some quests and missions with people? Okay, well, what does that look like? Are you traveling to planets and then just going to an outpost and clearing it and then flying away? Like, what's the loop? What's the loop? You know, that's the question. What's the elevator pitch? Exactly. And that's something I just don't see many people even thinking of or question. Oh, I can move this? What the that's a thing? Dude, I had no idea you could just move the subtitles around. That's great. Wow. Okay, you learn something new every day. So this is a very, very valid question, is my point.
Sean Murray would not like you. He wouldn't like you. I'm sorry.
All right.
And
That's fine.
no, hold on.
Whoa.
The reason
take
I
him.
am the most the reason that I am most excited for this Just Played
All right.
is because this is the first. I've been working in this industry for 2 years. This is the first time that I feel like I had an emotional connection with a human being. Like it wasn't just.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay. That's one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard in my entire life. Hold on. I want to rewind it because I think I might have misheard it. But there's no way he just said what he just said. Okay, just to be clear. He's talking about the presentation Sean Murray gave on stage about No Man's Sky.
Is because this is the first. I've been working in this industry for 2 years. This is the first time that.
Dude, his voice is cracking. He's like getting emotional. Just talking about No Man's Sky, a game that hasn't launched yet.
I feel like I had an emotional connection with a human being. Like it wasn't just, hey, your game is cool. No, you said something that made me reflect on what it means to be alive, basically.
What about For Honor?
For Honor was different. It was like the game impressed me, but it was like, no, your vision, you going after your dreams, and the way that you said it, and the emotion with which you said it, really got to me. So there was a woman. I'm gonna jump.
Oh God. Even these guys are like, bro, you good, bro? Do you need a hug? He said, I've worked in this industry for 2 years and it's the first time I felt like a human connection. What on earth? Jesus Christ. Like, this is another level of hyping copium, but this is the same thing I've seen with like Armored Core fanboys, just being real, and also the Starfield type, like hardcore fans, where they just get like, it's not a critical evaluation of X of the game. It is an emotional thing. They tie something in their deepest, darkest corners of their minds and hearts into this game that hasn't even launched yet. And that is, I mean, imagine how destroyed this guy was when the game launched. I would love to see this guy, if somebody can dig around and see, I don't know who this guy is, but if you could dig around and see if you can find like a video of him talking or something, when the game launched, I would be very interested in seeing it because I'm just like, I'm blown away. Like this is another level. I like this guy actually, and I'm not just saying this, I'm not joking. This is something that I would say probably needs a little bit of help.
Stefan
Hopefully he's doing
Constantine
better
Doomy
now.
Trash super chatted $5.57.
Thank you, Stefan.
Have you seen the Internet Historian video on NMS?
Oh yeah.
This guy is the character who loves Sean too much at the end of that video.
Oh, is that he's the one that like the fan fiction is based on? You're not even wrong, dude. Like, this is just the level of hype people get to in the gaming space is dangerous. Being this excited or this into anything isn't healthy. Even this level of excitement and like passion and obsession to like your mom or your dad is probably unhealthy as an adult man. It just is. Okay. You gotta calm down because it's just not healthy. You need to be a little more leveled out.
Jump to the end of this demo
Okay.
really quick. I
right.
need to say this. It's
Yeah,
been
the
burning
sequence.
inside me.
I want it.
The entire day. There was a woman who said exactly what you said. So we're going to the center of the galaxy. Why? What's the point? What's my motivation? What
Yep.
am I earning?
Good question.
And not Alex Hutchinson. Sean Murray. What he wanted to do, the facial expression that he had is he wanted to grab this person that asked the question and shake them, but he didn't. He didn't. He gritted his teeth and he said, What is the point? What is the point of anything? He said, I have played so many games where I'm just going around and I'm collecting things to get stars, to get puzzle pieces. And those are all great. I've enjoyed all of those games. But he said, I'm excited about where games are going, okay? Super Mario Brothers was the game that got me excited about games. But what I'm excited about is Minecraft, right? Kids today, they don't care about achievement points. They don't care about trophies. They care about how they can express themselves in a virtual world. And my dream is to give you infinite possibilities, to give you this space that where you can fully explore. And I want to, as little as possible, I don't want to tell you what you should be doing. The impetus is on you.
Okay, listen, this isn't Jesus giving you like your purpose and meaning in life. We're talking about a video game. Like, and video games are built in certain ways because you have to have gameplay loops. You have to have something that loops and hooks people with dopamine. You have to have something that triggers that dopamine response. You have to have an activity, a reward, a conclusion. There are sandbox games. There are sandboxes where you can just do anything, but those are much more tools that people use to create their own fun. In Minecraft, it's funny he brought up that example. Minecraft, the gameplay loop in the base game is often just to survive and then get to the whatever elder world I think it is and defeat the dragon thing. Like, that's how you beat Minecraft. There is a goal, there is a conclusion, there are activities you get or you participate in to reach that conclusion. And like, even beyond that, if you're just talking about the sandbox area, people still make their own goal and make their own kind of gameplay loop in order to achieve that using that sandbox, where they're like, I saw the video of the guy, he and a team of people, they went and they recreated Minecraft in Minecraft using the like redstone, whatever. They built a computer in Minecraft using those systems, and they can actually simulate Minecraft in like I think it's like a 16 by 16 block space. You know, it's very limited, but they did it. Like, people will still create these activities and goals for themselves. You can't just have a game that has nothing in it and expect people to find meaning and hope in it. But the way this guy's talking about it, again, like, this is just not healthy for anything. If you talk about any human being this way, you're probably in a cult. I hate to break it to you, you're probably in a cult. I'm always blown away that people are like, how does somebody get involved in like Scientology? With L. Ron Hubbard being like, yes, and up there is the Dagobah system, and Yoda's over there, and he's giving Luke Skywalker a back massage, and he came down, and then they threw their operating thetans into the volcano, and now I am the supreme ruler. And like, he goes through all of this, and I'm like, how did anybody sit here and think, this guy, he knows the truth? Like, how did anybody get there? But it's because people get in this mind space, they get like this delusional and tied up in a cult of personality, and it's just bad for you. It will break your brain. Like, this is really like the furthest extreme of hype makes you stupid. This is what it looks like.
So in No Man's Sky,
Emotional.
there is
Emotional, yeah.
no point. You are trying to get to...
He said the thing. In No Man's Sky, there is no point, and that's a good thing. It's the same thing with like Starfield, where I'm like, so what, like, no vehicles, no rovers to navigate planets. That seems like a bad thing to me. And they're like, no, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not bad, it's actually really good. Like, okay, we're so down the rabbit hole of cope that we've gone crazy. Yeah, he said it unironically.
Do it or don't. Sean Murray doesn't care at all. He says the most popular way people have played his game is what they've done is they've found valuable resources like fuel, which is one of the most valuable. They've bought it for a really cheap price in one system. They've flown to another system, figured out that they could sell it for a super high price, and they've done that for dozens of hours. They've just been traders, right? But they don't pick the trader class. They organically figure out that this is something that's exciting to them. This is how they want to play the game.
Right, but right here at this Just Play is the first time I've ever...
Yeah, I mean, again, it just sounds like this. What's really kind of sad about this is that it sounds like he's looking for an escape from life. Like, when you're looking for a video game, by the way, this is the highest video gets. Maybe, do I have the add-on installed where I can crank it? I think I do.
Cheap price.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll boost it a little. It's just a very low volume video. But like, when you're looking for a video game that will replace your life because you just don't like the one you're living, like, again, go talk to somebody who can help you. Sean Murray's not going to fix your problems.
In one system, they've flown to another system, figured out that they could sell it for a super high price, and they've done that for dozens of hours. They've just been traders, right? But they don't pick the trader class. They organically figure out that this is something that's exciting to them. This is how they want to play the game.
Right, but right here at this Just Play is the first time I've ever heard the word trading. Like, you can trade.
Yeah, there's
awesome.
classes in it.
There's no classes. It's just those people. That's what they
Can you
became.
be a monster?
Who are you trading with?
Can you go to different planets and like hunt
Yes,
monsters
yeah.
and get their
You
skins?
You can be okay. So
here
here was something that shocked me about No Man's Sky. Okay, so he's running around and there's this creature. It kind of looks like a ram, but it's purple. That's the best way I can describe it.
Sure,
I'm
purple
sorry.
ram, okay.
And he has his laser gun, which he can use to mine, but he can also use to shoot things. He shot the purple ram. Okay, all of a sudden, there's a wanted level. I'm not kidding. That's what he called it, a wanted level. Space police came and they started.
Because you can't kill that rhino.
Right.
Yeah.
And they started attacking him.
Yeah.
And then he shot back, and then their wanted level increased. And then this battle cruiser came in and was like, "No, you can't do that here." And he was so cagey about getting into the specifics. So again, speculation. But what it seemed like, and what Sean Murray implied, is that you don't know what you will encounter on different planets. And I felt for him. And I knew why he was so frustrated about answering what is the point. Because he legitimately, every single time he went to a new planet, he said, I don't know what's going to be here. There might be a police force that will come and reprimand you for doing these things. There might not be.
He's thinking exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, when I deal with these fanboys, it's just there is no talking to you. Like, there is no sense to be made from this. He's so far down the rabbit hole, there is nothing you can say. It's like, we had a really honest, genuine question on the Discord yesterday that I responded to, and I love your Discord messages. People, I'm always blown away. People will write these like extremely well thought out and thorough messages that are thought provoking, and I'm always humbled that anybody would spend that time. But this guy, he left a message that was explaining why he, for one, didn't think that and you guys can go to the Discord, you can read the message and read my replies to it, but he was saying that he was kind of frustrated, or he didn't think it was a big deal that like lack of in-atmosphere flight was going to be there. He just was like, I don't see it as a big deal. He explained the rovers and stuff wasn't that crucial because rovers would have been driving pretty slowly because gravity on planets might be higher, and also because they're going for more of a hard sci-fi instead of a soft sci-fi, so they wouldn't really have speeder bikes in the same way Star Wars might. So it's much more grounded as a sci-fi game than you might expect, so they can't just have that stuff. And so they're throwing out all of this stuff, and I was like, I read it all and I took it in, and I was like, I just think like this is, the popular term is coping, but it's special pleading is like the official name for it. It's making excuses for this thing that you wouldn't make for this other thing. You're making excuses for it because you want to reach a different conclusion than you should reach if you were just following the evidence where it guided you. Like with Starfield, there are a handful of design decisions which are frankly just not very, they don't make sense. Maybe it'll all make sense when we get the game. Maybe it'll all click together, but they don't seem to make sense right now based on what we've been told. And even when Todd receives pushback on him, he gets cagey as well, just like our buddy Sean. He gets really cagey about it and doesn't want to answer clearly what is going on with it, which is really kind of strange. It's weird. But I think it's because he knows that it's less than ideal. And the only reason that that's like that is because they couldn't get it working with their tech and with everything else they're doing. So they had to cut it from the game. That seems what it is to me. So it's just special pleading. And frankly, when you find yourself special pleading about something that you admit is less than ideal and is not good, I think there's some reflection that needs to happen. Otherwise, you become, again, prone and very vulnerable to extreme, devastating heartbreak when it doesn't live up to every hope and dream that you have. This guy, I mean, again, you heard him say, he hasn't said this, speculation, blah, blah, blah. But this game has like dominated this guy's thought process for months and months. He just said that he's worked in the industry for 2 years and it's the first time he felt a human connection. Like, I'm shocked these guys are like still doing this. I would be tempted to just end the segment. I'm like, okay, dude, I think like we're gonna have a sit down and a talk, because I don't think you need to be on camera right now. Like, Jesus Christ. What does that even mean? I don't know. Basically, it seems like he has like a mad man crush on Todd Murray, or Sean Murray. It's not Todd. Freudian slip right there. Sean Murray. And he just can't get enough of it. So he's tied up like a lot of his passion and love into Sean Howard. Exactly. Oh man. Again, code of the salesman: never talk about the bad things of your product, only the good things. Exactly. And this is why I feel like a crazy person, because we're looking at Starfield, and all of the fans and the sycophants are just reiterating and regurgitating the talking points from Xbox marketing and from Bethesda marketing. And I'm like, guys, they're not your friends. They are trying to sell you a product. It's not that complicated. Just like when you go into the car dealership, they're not going to tell you that, oh, well, the Ford whatever truck has these performance issues, and then it also has been returned by a ton of people because of these warranty issues. Like, they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to tell you, oh yeah, and these tires are great, and you know, this one X award from X company, and you know, it's the best truck I've ever seen, and you know, people that drive them love them. And for some reason, they're just lapping it up. It's amazing to me. But nobody thinks like, or pauses for a minute and goes, wait, maybe I shouldn't just take wholesale what this salesperson is telling me as true. Luke, also, thank you. 6 months. Oh, baby. So, dude, haven't caught alive in a few weeks, but been catching the VODs. Hope all is well with you and the family. Oh, yeah, baby. We've been having a great time. Rocking and rolling. Good to see you here, my friend. And yeah, by the way, everybody join the Discord too. We have a good time, but you will have to deal with a lot of Rocky, so just be ready. Okay.
Nothing. You might land on the planet and there's no life at all.
But at the same time, what you're talking about, like what you're saying, where you're like, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything in Spider-Man 2 for the PS2. You don't have to do anything in Grand Theft Auto 5.
No,
you don't have to do anything in Ghost Recon Wildlands. You don't have to do anything in Super Mario. But it's...
See, when you're this insistent on interrupting people as well, it's your brain is realizing that what they're saying goes against what you're saying. And instead of acknowledging it, thinking, contemplating, you just try to interrupt it and shut it down and spew something back. Like, these are, again, it's so funny to me, but these are very similar traits to what you see with people, again, who are in like pretty extreme religious or political circles that start to face opposing opinions. They just can't handle it. It's just really, really funny.
Can't, because there is this road.
That's the center of the universe.
You know what I mean? And
you
it's
get
like,
to the center of the universe.
Right.
That is your
and when
kind of
Sean
carrot
Murray
on
gets
stick.
up on stage and demos this game, he doesn't say, I don't care what you do, you can do whatever the heck you want. He's
What
like,
if Mario
no.
had no enemies?
Oh
Yes,
my God.
okay, no. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Brandon Jones, there's a difference
He's
between
trolling
not
too.
pushing any buttons in Super Mario and wandering around in Minecraft, right? There's a difference. You might call, some person in the world might call both of those things doing absolutely nothing.
Right.
But that's not true, right? In Minecraft, what excites me the most is I'll just start digging holes, man. I don't care.
Absolutely.
The minute I spawn, I'll just start digging holes.
Yeah.
I'm like, here we go. And the only thing that I want, right, this is why I buy so many packs in Hearthstone, I just want to find diamonds. And when I find them,
Oh, he's a whale too. He's a whale too. I can't say I'm surprised.
you know what I do? I log out of Minecraft. I'm like, oh, I got my diamonds, and I'm done. That's not how anyone else plays Minecraft. And that's it. Like, that's when No Man's Sky crystallized for me. Is he doesn't want to give you a list of classes. He doesn't want to give you stats. And I know some people out there need that. I understand. This is not the game for you. It's just not.
Can you dig?
But I
You
like
can
Minecraft.
dig.
I dearly love Minecraft. I have had a resurgence of Minecraft like 5 times, where I will put the game down and then it's like, I gotta just get back in there. But to me, Minecraft, when they sold the first time I played Minecraft, I was like, got it. This is a game where I can do whatever the heck I want to.
That's what
but
this is.
But it feels like that is not the way he has been selling it. He has not sold this game. We're just like, it's just a fun game, because Sony's like, go out on stage and he's like, oh crap, maybe I can't say that. Maybe I can't.
It's funny how this guy, almost word for word, is retelling. Like, he's saying, oh, it must be like this. I'm thinking it must be like this. And now we know for a fact that what he's describing is exactly the case. Like, Sean Murray didn't want to go out on stage. Sony pushed him out to go on stage because they got this as an exclusive. He had to market it. He didn't want to market it. He wasn't keeping things secret because there was secretly so much to the game. He was not saying stuff because there wasn't anything to talk about, because there just wasn't enough in the game. Like, it just wasn't there. But like, it's the two differences between like trying to think about it critically and trying to figure out, like, okay, X is visible and is apparent. He's not saying these things. There doesn't seem to be a clear loop. There's no clear guide or mission or whatever. There's just a lot of things that are weird about this. And then we look at it, it's a small studio. They've only ever done like mobile games before. They've never done anything on this scale. I think at this time they were like 20 employees. Like, the developers were tiny. So there's reason to think that there's just not that much to this game. There's reason to believe that. There's a lot of good reason. Maybe not conclusive, but there was reason to doubt that No Man's Sky was going to be amazing. But this guy looks at it and is like, well, actually, it's because they've cracked the code of game development. They figured out a way to make a universe in a way that no other studio or no other company has ever been able to do before, because they're just that brilliant. And Sean Murray is going to have my babies. Like,
game this way and be really carefree and loose about it. He's like, oh, whatever, you can just do whatever you want. There's no rules. He's like, I gotta sell it as more of a standard experience than that. And so we've gotten the same demo 3 times where you're like, okay, right, you're pulling out their stars. I got it. And he's just like,
people forget they use the same basic demo like presentation multiple times leading up to No Man's Sky's launch, even using the same planets, reusing them, when the whole selling point was that multiple planets, you know, every planet's going to be different. And again, that's a huge red flag. But when you're hyped, people's blinders go up and they can't see it.
I can go to this planet and like shoot stuff and stuff. And it just, here's the thing. You say you have infinite possibilities. Like, there's infinite things you can do. There's not.
I don't think there's infinite.
You can fly here. You can land. Then you can take off again and go somewhere else and land.
Yeah, he looks livid. He looks like, you know, if oh man. Okay, so one time this just brought like back such a crazy vivid memory. Oh my god, this is taking me back. Okay, so when I was a kid, we went to like a pretty hardcore, well, we went to many hardcore churches, but one hardcore church, it was like a Presbyterian church. And this was one where literally, and I'm not joking, they would walk around with broomsticks, and on the end of the broomsticks, they had tennis balls cut, and then they put them on the end of the broomstick. And they would have ushers walking like down the aisles to look at people that were falling asleep during sermons, and then they would kind of nudge them from the aisle with the ball to wake them back up, because these old people would come to church and they would just be like, lose it. Because one time, and I was a kid and I timed this, one time there was a prayer that they did that lasted like over half an hour. I think it was like 37 minutes or something, because I had just gotten a new little Casio digital watch for my birthday. And so I timed when the pastor started praying, and you're expected to have hands folded, head bowed like this, sitting in your chair for the whole time. You try to do that for 37 minutes and not fall asleep while being dead quiet, you're going to fall asleep. You just will. So, but one time at the Sunday school for that church, which I think was before the service, so we woke up extra early and, you know, went in there. My class was taught, I don't remember the guy's name, but it was like a pretty big dude, probably like 450 pounds at like 5'10", like a big dude. I just remember he was like balding. He had the horseshoe, kind of like a salt and pepper beard, kind of cut a little shorter. And this guy like took this so seriously, and he was just kind of mean because he took it so seriously. He's like, if you don't take it seriously, then you're going to go to hell. You need to take this seriously. So like one time, this is not what I'm referring to directly, but like one time, for example, I had to memorize like 10 verses of some passage of the Bible as part of my homework for it. And I showed up and I got through like 9 verses. I couldn't remember the last one or the first one, whatever it was. And he like yelled at me, this little like 7-year-old Luke, like a tiny Luke. He like yelled at me full volume in front of all of the other kids. And like, then he called my dad in and like yelled at my dad saying that he wasn't raising me properly for all this. It was like a pretty scarring experience. I don't know what happened to that guy, but you know, he can eat my ass. Clearly there's no such love or no such hate as Christian love, as the saying goes. But in that same class, one time another kid had come, and I think his grandma had brought him or something like that. Maybe it was like a divorced family and the dad had him for the weekend, brought him to church or something. But he wasn't a regular in the Sunday school class. But he came into the Sunday school class, and this was what we would call a worldly kid. Okay, he had like the Justin Bieber haircut. He didn't wear nice clothes to church. He was wearing like a t-shirt and a hoodie. We could tell this guy, man, was a man of Satan, this little 7-8-year-old boy. And like at one point, the Sunday school teacher was trying to like say some lesson. I think he asked us like what movies we had seen recently or something, just a small talk at the start of the Sunday school session. And this kid mentioned that he had seen one of the new Star Wars movies that had come out around that time. It was like, I think the prequels, maybe episode 2 or episode 3. It was one of those, maybe 3, because I think that was like 2005, so that'd probably line up. But that was considered like not a good Christian movie. So this kid starts describing it, and he's like, yeah, and that was really cool because Anakin jumps up, he gets his legs cut off, and he's describing like a pretty intense moment in the movie. And the guy, the Sunday school teacher's face was this. It was, how dare you? You come into my space and you start discussing the work of the devil in my space. How dare you? And like, he was trying to be on his best behavior. He was trying to keep it together. But I still remember the Sunday school teacher's face just boiling, where he was like, there is a wolf among my sheep. It was that kind of level of, if you were not a child, I would strangle you. Like, that's the vibe that this Sunday school teacher gave. And that's the exact same face I see here, where the game, No Man's Sky, is his Sunday school class. It's his sheep. And this guy coming in and not agreeing with everything he's saying is the wolf coming in to kill the flock. How dare you? I'm going to, like, I've not seen this face on somebody since like Ted Bundy was looking at a co-ed victim of his. Like, this is something crazy. There's craziness in these eyes. I retract that. That's too far, but still, you get what I mean. This is a scary face.
Can step out.
You can
and
say
shoot
that about
things.
any game.
But
GTA, you get in the
Right?
car,
And you have an inventory, and objects go in, and then you can take them other places. That's like 8 possibilities. There are variants of how right? There are variants of how those possibilities play out. There's like if I shoot things, I don't know if guys are going to show up, but I still just shot something and waited. You know, it's like in Minecraft, I can build a ladder, I can build a torch, I can build that ladder down to a train track. I can get in a train track.
And it's new life.
He's trolling too. I don't think he's being serious because he keeps saying this and then he looks at him. So I think he's like trolling and trying to hype him up a little bit. Oh, but
Spaceships.
You
and
build new
shit.
spaceships.
Yeah, just show me building a spaceship.
He's telling you build
Yes.
spaceships.
You
But you're
can
going out on
absolutely
stage
build
for the 4th demo of No Man's Sky, and you're not going to build a spaceship. You're going to
It's
do
an
the pull-out.
experience. You can't show you 30 minutes.
Honestly, I think you're right. And there was an anguish that I saw in Sean Murray that I wish you could have been there to see.
there was an anguish. An anguish. Like, this is not the language of somebody that's a journalist trying to fairly evaluate this. Like, this is why nobody takes gaming journalists seriously. Is because, like, when you're this emotionally attached to something, you're not thinking critically, and there's not much we can get from you.
I felt the same way as you. And even as he was doing the gameplay demonstration, I was like, this looks a lot like the trailers. When are we going to see new things? But what?
So there was a seed where he was thinking the same thing. He was like, we haven't seen anything other than this. I would hope to see more.
The sense that I got is that man would rather die than show you what is out there to discover.
And the thing is,
Dude, this guy's a gold mine. Is he? Okay, does anybody know who this is? Ben Moore. Is it Ben Moore? Is that his name? Who is this guy? Because this guy is like he's like a meme generator. Gaming. Easy Allies. Yeah, this is him. He was active through 2022. It was announced that Ben would be joining Bloodworth in copy editing reviews, along with the announcement they would be exploring more personalized reviews and having reviewers doing their own IP on June 21st. He announced he was leaving Easy Allies on July 1st due to his wife getting a new job back in his home state of Iowa. He cited that he and his wife had been wanting to advance the next stage of their lives and how they wanted to spend more quality time with their loved ones. Okay. Okay, so he's left. I don't know if he's still out there doing stuff. But he was like super involved. Super involved. Yeah, he's retiring from games journalism. What's in, like, it seems kind of crazy to call somebody like that a journalist, though. Like, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but Jesus Christ almighty, this is something else. This is like a scary level of what I would consider probably a little unstable, but like,
I'm not passionate about this game because I'm sensing a game I don't care about. Then I don't care. Then we have an 8-minute just played and we're done and we move on.
Yeah,
want to discover this universe?
Like there's something exciting about going to a planet, and you are the first person in the world to see this creature. Maybe you can't, build a ladder out of it. Okay, Brendan Jones, I can't make a ladder out of this little bug that I found. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I was the first person to do it. That's a story that I could come in and I could say, you've never seen this planet. You will never see this planet because it's so huge. And I saw it, and I get to describe it to you. That's what exploration is. That's what adventure is.
The hell knows what is going to be in the center of the universe? That you say there's no point. How many of us in this room are even going to make it to the center of the universe?
Right.
And what the hell is there?
I'm making it.
If you manage
I'm gonna
to
be
get
there.
So you know what?
I'm gonna be there. They're all trolling him and he doesn't get it. He doesn't see it.
Credits.
You can have your ladders. We're better off
He
without
says,
them.
thank you for playing.
But the point being,
There's
like,
a knock at
Ian
your
just
door.
Said,
Yeah.
He just said you can build a ship, but dude, never, like, how do you literally, is
Yeah,
it like
but-
a currency
but-
thing where,
but-
like, if you want to upgrade your ship, you need 400 things.
But that's just, like,
so I get 400 things and
Alright,
then I
I
just
can't
buy it?
tell-
Look, oh, it overheated. The brain overheated. Watch, he like starts to try to form a sentence and then it overheats and he has to calm down. It's like when your weapon overheats.
Where, like, if you want to upgrade your ship, you need 400 things.
What?
So I get 400 things.
Opposing opinions. Ah, it burns. It's just. Oh my God, I'm so glad we watched this. This is amazing. Oh man. Yeah, I would love to interview this guy, but it sounds like he's just retired. He's just not doing games journalist stuff. I mean, if he was this level of crazy hyped for No Man's Sky, I'm sure he's gotten this level of hype for a lot of other stuff. And frankly, I would not be surprised if he also got dunked on in other stuff as well. But I mean, this is fun. Like like I said, I would have this guy on the podcast. I'd have him in a main channel video just because he's like a meme factory. He's so funny. I'm starting to question whether he's being serious, but I think he is. The fact that they're all like, they started as unsure if he was serious as well, but as they've seen that he is serious, they've started to meme on him and joke about it too. So I think they're all just involved in trolling him, but he doesn't realize it.
I can't tell if you're just trying to make a discussion or if you're really this dead
I
inside.
want to know. And
What was that? Listen to that.
if you want to upgrade your ship, you need 400 things.
But that's just, like,
so I get 400 things and
Alright,
then I
I
just
can't
buy
tell
it?
if you're just trying to make a discussion or if you're really this dead
I
inside.
want to know.
See, I can't tell if you want a discussion or if you're just this dead inside. Somebody says from off camera. Like, again, even the person off camera, it might not be this like emotional about it, but they're like, why are you asking questions? How dare you ask questions? It's like, dude, they're asking you for 70 or this time 60 freaking dollars. It matters. It just does. Like, why are we being so, like, so chill with this? Why should we just, like, why are they entitled to my money? They're not. They have to earn it. And if I'm not sold on the game, I'm not going to buy it. And they haven't sold me yet. Like, I'm sorry that offends you, but this is the, like, the reason we're looking at this is because this is the exact same core phenomenon that's going on with all of these other games people get crazy hyped about, whether it's something like Armored Core or Starfield or even Spider-Man 2 to an extent, or I'm sure when The Last of Us Factions comes out, we'll deal with it there. Whenever you get to the point where like somebody that's not sold on the game is viewed as anathema, as somebody that should be shed from the herd, we're in Crazyville. And when you realize that you can't tolerate opposing opinions and you want to dismiss them or silence them, which is what like this guy would have done here. He's literally shouting over him to get him to shut up. Like, there, you need to do some self-evaluation, some introspection, because you might be a little too deep.
And
We've seen
people get
credits.
frustrated when you ask about details.
But-
You're like,
but
hey,
the way
hey,
there's-
you want details about this game? Don't you want to
I
explore?
get it,
It's like,
I get it.
Yeah, I want to explore.
I get it.
Yeah,
Brandon,
what do you
but no, you
what do
have
make diamonds
no,
then
no,
in Minecraft.
This is the thing.
make
This
better
is
weapons out
this
of
is
it,
what separates. No, this is the thing that separates the people that are going to be into No Man's Sky versus the people that aren't. Like that's what it comes down to. You have to be okay with not knowing. You have to be able to boot up No Man's Sky, and you.
Dude, it's literally
have to-
faith. It's literally just faith. It's like, it's the exact same thing when somebody's like, okay, you believe in a giant spacefaring alien god who cares about you and is going to bless you with 1,000 Kerbal spec shards when you die that you can use to fly on a comet to the ecosystem of Kibble Bomb. And there you'll get 1,000 Balbimble virgin squirrels for your pleasure. And when somebody asks, okay, but why? Like, why do you think that? Do you have evidence of that? Do you have any reason why I should believe that? And then they shoot back with, no, if you want the good news, if you want to experience what I'm experiencing, this euphoria, you just have to believe it. You have to be okay with not knowing. Like, it's just, like, again, this is just faith BS. Like, it's the most dishonest position you can possibly have when you could say, I just don't know. I don't know. He should be saying, I don't know what the core gameplay loop of No Man's Sky is. They haven't really shown us. They've shown the same trailer like 3 or 4 times. The game still might be great, but at this point, we just don't know enough details to really come to a conclusion. Instead of saying that, he takes it on faith that it's going to be amazing. And that's why that is so dishonest, why it's so dangerous to think this way.
Come with yourself the money that you're spending on this game and the time that you're committing to it, where you're like, yeah, I don't know what I do. Are you okay with that feeling or not?
I'm okay with that, but does your gun get better?
Yes.
You're not okay with that.
Just say it's not a game for you.
So you're gonna go into a game with
Your gun
no
gets
idea how to
better.
customize, no idea how
Your
to
gun
prove
gets
yourself,
better.
no
So
idea
he-
how to
he
make it
actually
better.
said your gun gets better.
No,
Your
he
ship will
actually
never get
showed that.
faster.
Yeah.
He
Why would
actually
you want your
showed.
ship
You
to get
can
faster?
upgrade
Why would your weapons
everything.
get more
So your
gun?
gun-
Why would you want to jump higher?
your
Why would you
gun-
want to improve yourself at
Your
all?
gun is a multi-purpose tool, right? So he showed an example where he was mining some rocks. There's this
Right.
giant orange rock. He shot it. He did it. He kind of sped it up a little bit. And he says, look, if you invest in this, you can get a better gun that fires more powerful lasers and allows you to mine more. Then he said, so you start in this very small solar system, right? And he said, if you want to think about like the most linear form of progression, it's all about your hyperdrive in your ship.
Right.
Okay, if you want to go to the
He
center of the
hinted at that
galaxy,
today. He said, I can only go this far because
right,
that's
because of my
engine right
hyperdrive. In order to get the hyperdrives that you upgrade are some of the most expensive things in the game. So if you do want to explore, you have to go deep into a planet. You can't just land and hang out there for a while and wave at a few creatures. You have to get in there. You have to mine. You have to explore every part of it to find these really rare and really valuable resources. If you want to upgrade your hyperdrive, what you need to do to reach the center of the universe, that's your progression.
There it is. There it is.
How do you trade?
So every single planet, because they don't want players to get absolutely stranded.
By the way,
right?
question 2. How do you trade?
How do you trade?
Yeah.
That's right.
12 minutes in. Question number 2. Man. Yeah, this is reaching copium levels I've never seen. Yeah, this is like this is a great example of the end stages of hype where you just lose your mind and you sound like a crazy person. And I think you guys can see just how crazy this guy sounds right now, because it does frankly sound insane. Like he just sounds like he's lost his mind. But this is very easy to fall into if you're not careful. Like this is very easy to fall into. So what a joyous video. That is so much better than I could have expected. The comments are great too. This video is the perfect demonstration of the difference between a journalist and somebody who thinks they are a journalist. Yeah, Brandon was so goddamn right. Yeah, for real. I don't understand why they couldn't see Brandon's logic. His questions are perfectly reasonable. The Minecraft comparison is a good one. In Minecraft, you start with nothing and you have to do anything, and you don't have to do anything. You can just explore the world. It has a progression system where you can collect basic resources, which can be used for building and crafting better tools needed to collect better resources and so on, or to make the enhancements to yourself. All he wanted to know was if No Man's Sky had a progression system and how it worked. Yeah, but Jesus Christ, he says anything and they explode. They lose their minds. They lost their minds. Jeez, this is a startling expose on what rational, interrogative people experience when thrust into the madness of the hive mind. You would think that he's speaking another language. Dude, for real. This is the greatest game ever made. 1315. Like seriously, Ian, Ben, Huber, and Kyle all bought way too much into this game. Brandon at least had a reasonable amount of skepticism that they berated him for it.
You're sitting in your house at 2 in the morning, hanging out. You've been playing No Man's Sky for 3 months. All of a sudden, you see another person. That would be so scary.
It is not
So
exciting for
terrifying.
me as a video game journalist to not get answers about a game. That's not exciting.
What answers
Mystery.
Mystery!
What do you hate about mystery?
How do you upgrade your ship?
What do you hate about mystery? Dude, these guys claim to be journalists. Remember that. Imagine if you got like a reporter who goes in and does like an expose on I don't know, like Biden's mental health condition as a senile old man. And they just don't tell the journalist anything about his mental health, and the doctor is like, I have the medical report, but I'm not going to share it. And then the journalist comes back, writes their op-ed in the New York Times, and is like, but I like mystery. So we'll just have to trust that the doctor is okay with it. Nobody would be okay with that, because that's not journalism. That's craziness. That's something else. That's pretty far down the rabbit hole. Like, Jesus Christ. Have a little goddamn faith, Arthur. Yeah, for real. For real. Oh, God almighty. God almighty. What is that other one you linked me, Rocky? Because I just had so much fun with that one. Oh, man. Oh, and it's already 1? Dude, we've been going like 3 hours. I've been like on a kick. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, man. Oh, wow. We're going to Tahiti. Oh, man. The rabbit hole went deep. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we found this video, because I remember seeing like a 2-second clip. I think it was in maybe it even was in the Internet Historian's video on this. Maybe, but I remember seeing like a 1 or 2 second clip where he just says, I just want to know what you do in the game. And that was it. And I'm so glad that we found the actual video. And it's like, it's been copied, and, you know, I'm sure if this wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to find it anywhere, but it's freaking awesome. Oh, man. So good. Come on, chat, update. And my chat is frozen. Hold on. We'll refresh. I appreciate that, Tweb. I've had a good time. Starfield coming to your screen soon. Ooh, baby. Samsung. I just gave Samsung some money today too. Is this an xCloud deal? Is this an xCloud Samsung integration? I bet. Yep. That's pretty cool. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I think that this is going to be more and more popular as time goes by, especially as xCloud gets better. But, yeah, also Samsung has been killing it in the TV space recently. I saw their new, or I think it's last year's model technically, but their S95B, I think it's called. I think that's what it is. I don't remember what it's called. But that thing is gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Oh, the SC90 OLED also apparently launched. And they make an 83-inch variant. Oh, baby. Apparently they now, Artings has rated that the best TV on the market. Oh. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's pretty. That's real pretty. 85-inch? Do they do? No, a C7000. No, don't get an 85-inch 7000. Ugh. Tweb, thank you. It's very generous. Thank you. Oh, Chuckle Brothers, you just got the 95B. What do you think of it? Do you like it? I saw it. I mean, it's a pretty TV, and it gets bright. If you have open windows or any ambient light, it is a no-brainer. It is a no-brainer. Internet speeds will only get better, and the cloud is the future. We only need to buy the peripherals, not the actual processing units. Yeah, well, apparently that's one of the biggest moves that Xbox made with this generation, is that they went and they created the infrastructure for they created the infrastructure for this cloud gaming stuff in a way that it also doubles up with your, like, the Xbox chips that they manufactured. So it all kind of is used intermittently and using the same architectures and everything, so that they built out this huge cloud infrastructure with all these processing units and stuff, but they also tied it in with the architecture the Xbox uses, so that they don't have to basically port it again to the xCloud, which is brilliant. Like, that's something that they saw the vision, they had the vision for this xCloud thing 10 years ago when they started working on the Series X and Series S architectures. Like, they had to plan this out so far in advance, and then to implement all of that into the servers, dude, way more went into this than you can imagine. But the tricky thing is that it also, I think, potentially limits, and bear in mind, this is coming from somebody that has no idea what they're talking about, potentially has an effect on the next generation. Because what do you think is going to happen when they launch the Xbox Series Z, or whatever the next true next gen console is in 2028 or whatever? What do they do with xCloud? Do they have to update all of those xCloud servers with new graphics processing units and stuff? Do they do that well in advance? Do they slowly roll it out so now current gen games at that point can be streamed through xCloud, but with limited capacity? There's like a higher end subscription that you have to sign up for to do that. Brings up a lot of questions, I feel. Even with good internet, a lot of games, the input lag is too much. Yeah, it depends on like how your internet is done. So like if you have fiber, pings and lag is super, super low, right? If you go with like a coax, like an actual copper wire, which is what most houses in the US at least use. That's what mine uses down there. There's the modem. The input lag and the latency is going to be like 30 milliseconds. Like, you're always going to have a pretty high ping. For cloud streaming, you need like 1 to 10 milliseconds for an ideal experience. And frankly, like, I tried to play Hi-Fi Rush through xCloud, and you just can't. Like, you can't. Because it's all about rhythm. You have to hit it on the beat. But because the latency is so bad, if you hit it on the beat, you actually hit it a half beat. So it doesn't work. So there's some games that you just can't play that way. That's like how ChatGPT will be integrated next gen. Yeah, well, it's just this stuff has to be planned out so far in advance. It's wild. Yuku, that's interesting. My buddy got upgraded to fiber, and I'm sure it's just a matter of like where you live, also the server location, all of that stuff. But he lives in like northern Colorado, talking to servers in Denver, which then I believe reroute to Salt Lake City. And for him with fiber, he has like 1 to 5 millisecond pings. It's insane. 1 to 5 millisecond. That's ridiculous. Take, have I watched the Jack Sathers video? Or have I watched his videos? He's a fellow skeptic like you and did an awesome Starfield video. I've seen it recommended to me. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, I've seen that he, I've watched, I think 1 or 2 of his videos before. I think he did some on Assassin's Creed. I saw maybe a year or 2 ago. I'm not sure, but, who knows? Maybe we'll do a collaboration, like the Skeptics. We'll do a video where we just bash on games that haven't demonstrated their worth to people. They'll just replace the server blades or stream the games on virtual machines running off their supercomputer infrastructure. I can see that. I don't know. People a lot smarter than me are in charge of that, so I'm sure they'll figure it out. I'm sure they've got a plan for what they're doing in 2030 with it as well. He's really dupe. He's really dope. You two could easily pass as brothers. Yeah, I've gotten that before. People ask me, like, do you guys know each other? Are you guys like related or something? You guys making the same types of videos? You look similar. It's funny. We're just 2 extremely sexy and attractive white guys with brown hair talking about video games. What are you gonna do? Wondering why I'm at 15 milliseconds. My guess would be Bad Dreams. It just depends on where the servers are. I mean, that's most of it. We live, a lot of servers are based in like the Denver area because we are kind of central in the US. So we don't have much, like very far to go, but people in like Nebraska have to go all the way down to Denver, you know, to talk to those servers. And above them, like Idaho is going maybe down to Salt Lake City. Like it just depends on where you live, I think. So microtransactions coming to AC Mirage. Shocker. I know it's only Ubisoft. They just can't help themselves, can they? Well, and I mean, we already knew that they were doing these like special packages and pre-order bonuses and stuff. And it only makes sense that they also sell those to people for like $5 a piece. So like the mission that's going to be exclusive to pre-orders, they're going to sell that mission for $5 and it's probably going to be 10 minutes like the Origins one was. So it's not surprising at all to me. I just really hope they aren't balancing the game, assuming that you're paying for that stuff. Have I played Oblivion? I played a good chunk of it. Well, did I ever finish it? It's been a long time. Like, if I finish it, I don't remember details. It's been a while. I went back and I tried it. Again, I was going to do like a whole Elder Scrolls series critique on it. And then I like started going through Oblivion and I realized just like, holy crap, there's so much to each individual one of these games. I don't even know how I would start to believe that or start to do that. So I just got overwhelmed. Do I think Baldur's Gate, Starfield, or Zelda for Game of the Year? I would guess... Well, with Baldur's Gate launching on PlayStation 5, it stands a shot. I don't think PC exclusive games really stand much of a shot at the Game Awards, but with it launching on PC, it could. It very well could. Tears of the Kingdom, I just have a feeling like it's not going to win it. Hogwarts Legacy, I just don't think the journalist types are going to want the hot potato of juggling a very controversial game on the award stage. So I think maybe it'll get an honorable mention or a wild card nomination or something, but I don't think it'll win. Spider-Man, probably certainly going to get nominated. Insomniac is very good at what they do. Armored Core 6 is the big question mark. I think journalists have a built-in get-out-of-jail-free card if they don't give it a 10 out of 10 when reviews drop, because it's not actually Hidetaka Miyazaki directing it. He helped basically get the gameplay system set, and then he handed it off to one of his co-workers to direct the rest of the game and the actual building of the game. So if it doesn't score crazy high, I think they have that built-in excuse where they can just be like, well, it's not Hidetaka, so it's not like we're really insulting him, you know. So I think they have that get out of jail free card. But that'll be an interesting one. That's one where I really have no idea how it'll score, because I know next to nothing about Armored Core as a franchise and as a game genre, you know, with the mech stuff. So I have honestly no idea if it looks good or amazing to fans of those types of games. But we'll see. We'll see. Ragnarok was last year. Yeah. There's a rumor Avalanche Games is in early development on Hogwarts Legacy 2. Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt at all. They were blown away by the success of that, and so they're going to give them whatever budget they want for the next one. So, what's my personal pick so far? I would, like, for me, it would be a toss-up between probably Hogwarts Legacy and Baldur's Gate 3. I'd probably give it to Baldur's Gate 3 just because I think it's the better game, and it's also dominated the discussion and public opinion and all that. So I'd probably give it that. I like Tears of the Kingdom a lot, but it just isn't as exciting because it is basically, it's not even necessarily Breath of the Wild 2.0, although it kind of is. It's more Tears of the Kingdom 1.0, and Breath of the Wild feels like Tears of the Kingdom beta. It's weird how it works, but Tears of the Kingdom feels like it did everything Breath of the Wild wanted to do, but couldn't really pull off. And I do think there is a reason to, like, say the one big unfortunate thing about Tears of the Kingdom is I think it's pretty much entirely made Breath of the Wild obsolete's not the right word, but there's just not much reason to play Breath of the Wild anymore because it's based on the same map, and Tears of the Kingdom is so much bigger and badder in almost every single way. Breath of the Wild just feels like, yeah, maybe redundant. It just doesn't feel like a whole package now, which is amazing because Breath of the Wild was an amazing full package when it launched. Tears of the Kingdom is just that big. It's just insane. Hogwarts Legacy was very shallow to me. Yeah, so to be clear, I don't think Hogwarts Legacy is the best game of the year. I think Hogwarts Legacy dominated public discourse and, like, the industry's discourse for so long and in such an insane way that it probably deserves a mention or something, because it really did. Just like everybody was talking about it, everybody was playing it, it was everywhere. You guys remember? It was sheer craziness. Everybody was playing that game. And now that's the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. Same level. Same level. I just got Tears of the Kingdom running on the Steam Deck, and I skipped Breath of the Wild for that reason. Yeah, I mean, honestly, now that Tears of the Kingdom exists, I don't think there's a reason to play Breath of the Wild. Like, I just don't. It was an amazing game when it launched, but Tears of the Kingdom just does everything it wanted to do way better, and so it's the same map as well. There's just not much reason to mess with it. Yeah, like vanilla Skyrim versus modded Skyrim. Yeah, I think you could probably say that. For me, even as a Harry Potter fan, it wasn't amazing, but it was definitely a good game. Yeah, how I would define it, I would give, like, Hogwarts Legacy probably an 8 out of 10. Probably more like a 7.5, 7 out of 10 if you factor in the performance issues at launch. But I'd probably give it like an 8 out of 10. But if you're a hardcore Harry Potter fan and you just have dreamt of the ability to explore Hogwarts Castle and to live your fantasy as a wizard, it's probably a 9 or even a 9.5 out of 10. Like, it's an amazing game if that's what you're looking for. Are you going to play Starfield during early access and give us a mini review? Yeah, that's the plan. I'm sure I'll drop like an I tried the day it launches. My hope is that, you know, of course, in a perfect world, we get a review code. I have been, you know, in talks with a couple of individuals who would potentially be able to make that happen, to speak coyly about it, but we'll see. if that materializes into anything. Because let's be honest, like I would not blame them at all if they don't want to give me a code. Why give me a code when you could just give the code to Colt, who's just going to hype it up even more, or to that Ben guy who is probably going to burst into tears, you know? Oh man. Am I gonna try or buy the PS5 plates? No, Zach, honestly, I don't get that one. You guys know me, I love frivolously spending money. I have Lego sets behind me. I have another one here we have to build on stream at some point. So I love spending money frivolously and recklessly, but even I am like, I just don't see the reason to get the discs or the plates, frankly. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Maddie Starfield code. Surely Maddie gets a Starfield. He got a Fallout 4 code. That was the whole scandal with Maddie back in the day, is that Maddie posted his Fallout 4 review and said it was a near perfect game. And then I think he changed it to near perfect Bethesda game, because then all the other reviews dropped and were like, actually, it's got a lot of problems. Only because it's Sony, bruh, you'd buy them 360 plates, I bet. What? Sorry, what? Oh god, you're building the bat bike right now? Oh, nice, dude. Nice. I need to do it. I've had it sitting here. I gotta do it. I know he's coming around. No, I talk to Maddie a lot. I'm good buddies with Maddie. I love Maddie. He's grown so much as a creator. And frankly, like, if we were all held back by things we did 8 years ago or whatever, 8 years ago for Fallout 4, and I think he was like 19 years old or 20 years old or something at the time. Like, if we all were held back by stuff like that and we weren't allowed to grow, life would be meaningless. So the fact that he has grown so much, I think, is really admirable. And frankly, like, at the time, I don't think the review was that bad. I think it fit the meme of Bethesda fanboy is going to hype up the game no matter what. The game's broken and not that great. So therefore it fits the mold for that. So people jumped on it and spread it through Reddit and TikTok, or not TikTok, Twitter and everywhere. So I think it was just the wrong review at the wrong time. And so it was just a perfect storm. But yeah, he got a review code for Fallout 4 back in the day. So I'm sure he gets a Starfield video or code. I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm gonna look up that video now. Hee. I don't even know if it's still up. A near perfect video game. Yeah, this is it. You see, because it was a near perfect video game was the thumbnail. That was the original title, I believe. And then he added Bethesda game back in the day. But like, honestly, this isn't like to dislikes. That's really not bad. Dude, the pop in. I forgot about the pop in. Just watch right on the river. Or the shadows. That's what it is. It's the shadows. Right there. Yeah, the creation engine has never done very well at far line of sight. Never been that good. Yeah, I'm 26.
Salutations, my Fallout lovers. It is Maddie here today, bringing you my review for Fallout 4, and damn does that feel weird to say. We are finally here, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you're excited. And if you're not, you should be, because I am addicted to Fallout 4. This game is incredible. I will go to the length of saying it is near perfect, which is a word I never use to describe a video game. It is from top to bottom, polished, well thought out, and just a flawless execution by Bethesda in every single category. And I'm going to be going into detail for you guys today. I've put in almost 40 hours now within 3 days as I'm reviewing this game. Not because I'm rushing through it to get the review out to you guys, but because I can't stop playing it. I know we've joked in the past.
There are moments like this where you're like, were we playing the same game? Like, were we playing the same game? I don't know, man. It kind of looks like some comments were purged. I would not blame him. Comment sections are like totally open. Like, if you're not entitled to leave a nasty comment on a video, but it's surprising me with like almost 1 million views to not see like comments with higher upvotes than like 73. It's just surprising me. Maybe not. Can I sort by oldest? No, newest first. I don't know. Yeah. I know we've all made some weird videos, I'm sure. Oh, dude, I didn't even realize. Look at that. Look at that. My video where I tried Fallout 4 again has almost 1 million views. I didn't even notice. Look at that. I put these videos up and then I just move on to the next project, and I don't really keep track of them. I'm not watching them back. But like, Fallout 4 is a somewhat interesting. The mod alternative start is great for this. While exploring, you hear a distress call from Vault 111 saying life support has failed. You go to investigate, and both Nate and Nora are dead. One was murdered, the other died in the pod. You find a recording of what went down, and through your playthrough becomes solving a murder as well as finding a missing person. Sean, this completely eliminates the urgency, and you can roleplay as just another Wastelander who's working with Nick Valentine to find the person from the recording. It's perfect. Really? Whoa, hold on. That sounds fantastic. Is this it? Alternative start quick. Okay, 800 dialogue edits, voice, and lip sync. So your character is no longer the mother or father of Sean, or even a vault dweller if you want. Great for role players. Wow. Okay. Interesting. We might have to do a video on this, boys and girls. Wow. So just to be clear, in case people are not familiar, basically, like, one of my biggest frustrations with Fallout 4 is that the narrative pushes you to be very urgent through all of the gameplay. So the whole time you're exploring the world, you are constantly reminded that your freaking son has been stolen and your wife murdered, or your husband murdered, or if you're playing as a girl. And so if you're role-playing, if you're taking the game seriously, you can't engage with any side content. You can't have fun building bases. You can't do any of that because you're dealing with this crazy urgent thing. And the main story is one of the weakest parts of Fallout 4. The game is really good if you do the side content. It's when you focus on the main content that things start to fall apart. And so my biggest frustration is that if you really want to get immersed in Fallout 4, you have to avoid the main story and just ignore it, and it just doesn't work. But this mod actually goes in and changes it so that you are not the father of or mother of Sean, which is fascinating. So like this guy says, thank you for the super chat, Stefan. I'll check that out in just a minute. The mod alternative SOT is fantastic for this. While exploring, you hear a distress call from Vault 111, so presumably the game just kind of starts and then you hear the distress call. You go to investigate, find both Nate and Nora dead. One was murdered and the other died in the pod. You find a recording of what went down, and through your playthrough becomes solving a murder, so figuring out who killed them, which you'll eventually find, as well as finding a missing person, Sean. This completely eliminates the urgency, and you can role play as just another Wastelander who's working with Nick Valentine to find the person from the recording. Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic. I might have to try this. So start me up, Fallout 4 alternative start, confirm the character selector. Okay. And then this isn't reality. Is it a dream or something from a memory? Oh, okay. So you can select whether it's a memory. So you can go through the regular start if you want to. But if you select that it's a dream or that you don't want to relive it, you can kick it. I just stopped to rest. The bombs were falling. I just entered a pod in a vault. So you can select whether you want to start in a vault or outside the vault. Dude, this is brilliant. He's starting to sleep, pondering the big questions of life. Oh, and then you go through, that's how they do the stats. Okay, you select all of your perks, unique traits. What am I doing with my life? Okay, so you select all of this stuff. This is how you customize the character. And then they fade. Little loading screen. And then you just enter the game. Dude, I kind of love that. That's kind of awesome. Search for the vault, open the vault. Okay, so you come up on the vault, you hit the elevator button. It'll open up. You clear it out, you go through. Oh, he's dead on the floor. Who's this poor soul? So it's like if somebody it's like if somebody else started the game and got killed by the rad roaches. This is the one. Oh, and it's just the footage from the opening of the regular game. Dude, how is this such a better...
What happened here?
Wow, this is already a way better intro. Like, what? Wow, okay, so then you go in, you find the pods. It's the empty pod, so that's where the guy was. And then she's frozen in it. You can respec if you want to. Wow. Okay, well done, modder. That fixes like one of my biggest problems with the game. Because then you can roleplay and you're just like wandering through the wastes. But there's also this mission where you're trying to solve the murder and you could roleplay as somebody that like really cares about getting justice for this. Or if you want to just completely ignore it, you can. It's just another sort of quest you found in a vault. You know, it's not that big of a deal. It's interesting. And you know, it's weird because you would think the best way to captivate a player for extended periods of gameplay time is to go and like, oh, I'm going to give them, and I think this is what the writers did. They just said, oh, we're going to give the player a child and a wife or husband they love, and then we're going to kill one of them. And then you're going to spend the whole game hunting your child. So it's really high stakes. And that makes a really good story, right? And it can, certainly, hunting down the murderer of your spouse and looking for your child who's been kidnapped. That absolutely is grounds for a really compelling story. The problem is when your game is built around you dicking around and like building a fun little fort out of scrap wood and then going and just exploring ruins without a care in the world. That doesn't mesh well. That doesn't gel. It just doesn't. Like, in order to role play it, you have to flip your brain off and just ignore your missing son, which if you're not a dad, I'll tell you right now, you're not going to do. You're just not. Like, once you get a taste of fatherhood, you will go to the ends of the earth to find your missing child. And especially, you know, if you've been married, assuming you're in a good marriage, you're probably going to the ends of the earth to find the murderer of your spouse, of your wife. So I love that. I love that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to download this mod, and maybe we'll film a video on that and share it with people, because that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Being a dad ruins Fallout 4 confirmed. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to pretend Fallout 3 didn't do the same thing. Yeah, Fallout 3 also has a trash story. Fallout 3, for some reason, it's like they got Liam Neeson on board, and then they were like, well, it's Liam freaking Neeson. We can't have anybody else be the main character of the story. So Liam Neeson is the main character of the story, and you literally just chase him the whole time. It's baffling. It's like, okay, how can we make this game really compelling? Well, we're gonna make this guy that has like the keys to clean water in the wastes, and like he can fix all of this. He's got the answer to humanity's problem right now. But that's not the player. The player is going to be his son that's just running around trying to find him. Who thought that was a good idea? Who thought that's compelling? Like, Fallout 3 really was just the opposite of Fallout 4. Like, it really is. Like, it's just flipped and vice versa. Like, it's really funny. Yeah, following your dad is better, I think. It's also bad, because the most interesting people in the story are not you, and you don't deal with them. It's all dealing with interesting things and interesting people after the fact, which is frustrating for me, because I'm like, well, then why can't I be Liam Neeson's character? Why can't I be the one doing the interesting stuff that's like saving the wastelands? But whatever. However, I do think it's better because there's not that much of a rush. Like, you can just dick around and explore if you want to, which is kind of the whole point of Bethesda games. It just, narratively, Fallout 4 missed the mark in so many ways. Like, the voice protagonist was a big blunder, I think, and they've even said as much, even with like Fallout 76 bringing back just the standard classical dialogue options. I think that was an admittance that they made an oopsie there. And then I mean, just so much of what they did with Sean and the Institute, and just so much of it didn't really make any sense. They also were so obsessed with the idea that robots were actually slaves that it was like Detroit Become Human before Detroit Become Human. So the whole thing is like, you know, the robots say, but I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to do what you tell me to do. I want to be free. And the writer's like, yeah, that'll get them thinking. I'm like, bro, it's not as thought-provoking as you think. Like, we know what you're doing. It's like with Detroit Become Human, where they just like really, like, it was an interesting, I think it was much better done narratively than Fallout 4 was, but they like leaned so heavily into it that at the end of Detroit Become Human, I guess spoiler alert, they just straight up have their decommissioned sites to shut down androids because they think the androids are revolting. So, because they kind of are. But they use all of this symbolism where it's just copy and pasted straight up Holocaust imagery, like straight up Holocaust imagery. And it's like, okay, I understand what you're doing, but it's a little heavy-handed, like just a little heavy-handed, you know? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 still happening today? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we got so caught up in a couple of these videos that we just lost track of time. Jeez. David Cage's audio sites stories compelling that gets a little wacky. Yeah, the part where they sing is particularly tough. That one's particularly tough. Hold on. Detroit. Yeah, this. They just randomly start singing.
Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on.
Yeah, let me be clear. I really like Detroit and I recommend it to anybody. It's got a couple of weird scenes if you choose to go that route, but the depth of decisions and branching options is wild. It's really, really well done. I thought it got a bad rep, frankly. And then they all start singing. Do they have the shot of the president too? Hold on. There's one where the president is like, hold on. Okay, they sing. Indifferent.
Given their
oh wow.
overwhelming numbers and the risk of civilian casualties, I have ordered the army to retreat. The evacuation of the city is underway at this very moment. In the coming hours, I will address the Senate to determine our response.
So I guess, you know, then they let them go because they sang. Whatever. I also remember this president was also like, everybody was joking that it looked like Hillary Clinton, which at the time this launched, when did this launch? It was like 2018, 2017, somewhere in there. At the time, I guess it was topical. It was right after the election. Okay. But the actress they hired, I think she was French or like French Canadian or something. And so like her accent when she talks it's decent American, but there's a couple of words where it sounds like she's really trying to crush the R's and stuff.
I have ordered the army to
you know, it just doesn't flow quite right.
Retreat. The evacuation of the city is underway at this very moment.
Yeah, she did a decent job, but it was clear like it just didn't flow quite right. But man, Detroit Become Human, yeah, I think it got a bad rep, but there's a couple of scenes that are very meme-able because they're just outrageous. Like that, where it's just like they just, okay, now imagine being in the writer's room when they decided that. Okay, so we're gonna have them be approached by armed militant men and they're about to shoot them, and then we're gonna have Marcus start to sing this "Hold On Just a Little While Longer" song, and then everybody's gonna join in and they're all gonna sing together. These robots will sing together, and then they're gonna be shot, but they will have done their job because they spoke to the president's heart, and then they'll be free. And all of the writers are like, okay, sure, sounds good, works for me. Oh man. Red Dead 1, I promise you'll like it way more than the sequel prequel. Oh, do you mean Red Dead Redemption? Not Red Dead Revolver and stuff? Yeah. No, I've played Red Dead Redemption. I've done a critique of it. I've done videos on it. I love Red Dead 1. I love it. As for whether I like it more than Red Dead 2, I'm not sure. They're both games of their time. I think Red Dead 2 does a lot that's really, really impressive. But Red Dead 1 also is a pretty special game for sure. But to be clear, there are so many branching options in Detroit Become Human. What we just saw, probably like 0.5% of people will see. Not only do you have to go through a very specific pathway and branch to get Marcus to that situation, because you don't have to protest, you don't have to sing, you don't even have to get him there alive. You could have had him killed off, or he could have died because of a decision like 10 hours before that. Okay, so there's a very low possibility you would ever see that scene in the game. That's how big Detroit is and how many branching narratives there are. It's huge, but it's not likely you would ever see that sequence. Did you have to sing when you went to Sunday school? I don't think we ever sang in Sunday school. No. The churches I grew up going to were all like, you sing out of the hymnal. It's like very old-timey type songs. Because, you know, It's like the Family Guy bit with the Amish guys when they sit down and they pray and when they're building the barn. And they're like, "Dear Lord, dear Amish Jesus, thank you for determining that we had the perfect amount of technology between 1810 and 1862. Not too much, not too little, just the right amount." And with the hymnals, it's always struck me as odd. I'm like, so God he didn't like the music from like the Middle East in the 1st century. No, he likes old songs from like 1825 to 1915. Like that's the ideal time frame for music. Okay, got it. in like 100 years or 200 years, I'm sure it's just going to shift forward, and the traditional churches are going to be singing like, "My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I want to see you dribble dribble for sure." Like it's going to be the whole thing. It's going to be great. Like Baldur's Gate worth playing for disillusioned, or is Baldur's Gate worth playing for a disillusioned Diablo 4 player? LMAO. Finished campaign as a druid, and ARPGs just didn't seem for me anymore. If you like the narrative side of it, yeah. If you like narrative role-playing games, it is probably the best one ever made. It is insane how much depth is there. But it doesn't, I mean, it's turn-based, so it's not going to play like a typical ARPG. But if you're not feeling ARPGs right now, then it could be right up your alley. I would say, like, all I would say is the game is tremendous, and there's a reason why it's been dominating the headlines and why everybody's talking about it and why it's breaking Steam playership records and stuff. Like, there's a reason for it, and it's because it's very, very impressive. Yeah, for real take, it's hilarious to me too. Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, I've tried. My wife Nikki is super into Dragon Age. She's played all of those many, many times. She's my Dragon Age expert. Let's see. Am I excited for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? The remake was one of my favorite games of last chance. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be great. There's just something about these Final Fantasy VII remakes and Final Fantasy 16 that just aren't hooking me and aren't getting me really excited. Like I see them and I'm like, oh, that looks good. But I don't feel the extra push to be like, I'm going to add that to our production calendar and review calendar. And I'm going to do this. Like, I just don't feel that push. And for whatever reason, they just don't dominate a lot of discussion. It's odd, but, hey, Luke, you should bring Mystic to your podcast or some live stream. That would be good. Yeah, I'd be down. Luke answered me this. As someone who has stopped playing Persona 5 because of turn-based stuff, how likely am I going to be to find Baldur's Gate 3 interesting to see the end? I mean, frankly, Baldur's Gate, the best way I can describe it is it just plays much more like a board game, like a tabletop RPG or like D&D than it does a video game in combat, that is. So if you like tabletop RPGs, if you like board games, if you like D&D, you're going to love it, but it's not going to play like Persona. Persona is a much different kind of turn-based. This one is much more about positioning, about tactics, applying status effects, stacking those up. You know, it's much more methodical than that, I think. Let's see. Was there an ad for Starfield? Why is it so high in the top sellers randomly? I don't think so. I don't think there's been anything new. There were a bunch of articles where people were saying that Baldur's Gate now is above Spider-Man 2 in the PlayStation pre-orders list. I don't know if it still is as of today, but it was like yesterday afternoon, I think, which is wild. It's wild. People are so, like, the word of mouth is so crazy high for Baldur's Gate that they are pre-ordering it more than Starfield. It still is today. Man, that's crazy. That an exclusive to PlayStation is being out pre-ordered by Baldur's Gate. I don't know how they count it on the store, like if it's total pre-orders and that's how they rank it, or if it's just today, how many pre-ordered it today. I don't know, but that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, either way, it's a ton of people. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is XCOM meets Persona. Yeah, XCOM, definitely heavier into XCOM because of all the positioning and stuff. I'll say this about Baldur's Gate 3. The last turn-based game I played and enjoyed was Final Fantasy 7 and the original one on PS1, and I'm loving BG3. Yeah, that's high praise. That's high praise. I'm going to pre-order Spider-Man soonish. I'm not in a rush pre-ordering Spider-Man because that doesn't come out until October. Yeah, for sure. And I think once we get like, it's always when reviews drop, that's when people are like, okay, yeah, I'll pre-order it because it comes out like 2 days from now or tomorrow or whatever. So I'll download it. So, yeah. Baldur's Gate is also a console exclusive to PS5. Yeah, for now. I mean, it'll be a console exclusive for however long. And then once, probably next year, they get the split screen stuff working on the Series S, they'll figure it out. It's just tough. Like the Series X, I think, has 16 gigs of RAM and the Series S has 8. Isn't it? And I think the Series S, I think the Series S also reserves 1 gig for the system. Yeah. Series X has 16 gigs of RAM, while the Series S only has 10, but it reserves 2 for the operating system. So they only have 8 to work with. Man, and hearing them say that like the Series S is what they consider to be their next gen console and the X is basically their mid-gen refresh, that's insane. But that's how they've described it. They've said that like they view the Series S as the main console for this gen and the X is the additional higher priced premium version. Man. Mike, my understanding from all the stuff Larian has said and what they said in their review documents that they sent over, like their review guide, is that they are working on both ports at the same time, but the Series S is incapable of running split screen with a direct port. And because they don't want to just disable split screen for Xbox, but allow it on everything else, they're just delaying that port until they have more time to work on it, however that looks like. So my understanding is that they've been working on both the PlayStation port and the Xbox port, but the Xbox port is just not, it's going to be a lot more difficult because they have to also get it running on something with half the RAM that the other consoles have. And that's just going to take some time. So anyway, I'm at the end of Baldur's Gate 3 and I want to restart instead of completing it just so I can enjoy the journey itself. Can't say that about a lot of games. Yeah, that's pretty rare. Isn't RAM extremely cheap? Why did they not have more RAM? Well, you also have to remember that they were preparing to launch these consoles also. Like 3 years ago, there was also the time and the discussion of all of the chip shortages at the time, especially during COVID. Like chip shortages were huge. So that was part of it. But I think they just honestly didn't think that it was going to be this big of a deal to have an 8 gig variant. And it seems to be a bigger deal than they thought. The Series S is a great console, but I just don't think it was the right choice to launch with a lower powered one. Anyway. Grady, I don't know why that article would change my opinion of a game from another studio. Like, I honestly have no idea what you're referring to. So if you'd maybe drop another comment kind of explaining in a little more detail what you mean, maybe then I can answer. But I don't even know what you are talking about. Because like the whole point of the Schreier article on Redfall was that Xbox was very hands-off. So I've always said Bethesda is responsible for how Bethesda launched Fallout 76. So I don't see how that would change that stance. I still think it's funny that this generation will end with like 10 truly graphically advanced games and still be called next gen. Yeah, it's just there's diminishing returns on graphics, as we've seen. This generation, I think, is going to be a lot more about AI, about cloud computing and stuff like that later in the generation, and I think we're going to see a lot of that pushed. We're going to see like, oh, this open world game has 2 million NPCs, but they're all simulated in the cloud, so you have to have an always online connection. There's going to be stuff like that. Load times is the other big thing. We haven't seen a lot of games take advantage of that, but like Spider-Man 2 is going to really showcase the SSD, no doubt. But I think you're only going to really see Sony exclusives really take advantage of the haptic feedback, the adaptive triggers, and then also the fast SSDs. Schreier stated how the ZeniMax board was pushing live service and rushed development in order to up their selling price. Yeah, I mean, I made videos about that years ago. It was like the whole thing everybody got on my case for, because they were all like, oh, Luke must have known something because he predicted that they were going to sell. Like, no, they just got really greedy. And you don't get greedy with the same management you've had for 10 years unless something else has changed. And it was clear the only thing that could be changing is that they were preparing to sell, and sure enough, they were. Yeah, I don't understand how that has anything to do with Redfall, because Redfall is a game that they didn't want to make. They were pushed by the board of directors, but they still made the game, and they launched it in a broken, crappy state. It just, like, that's their fault. They launched a broken game. Like, it was Bethesda Softworks. Under them, it was Arcane that did it. Arcane Austin. It's still the company's responsibility for launching a broken pile of garbage. It just is. And it's Bethesda's responsibility for launching a broken pile of garbage in Fallout 76. I understand there were corporate pressures. I understand that. Nobody's doubting that. Nobody's questioning that. But it's still the company's fault. Like with all these guys that end up committing like financial crimes, they can be like, oh yeah, well, yes, I stole and embezzled $1 million from my company, but you don't understand. I have a gambling addiction. It's like, okay, so there was another thing causing pressure on you where you felt the need to do this bad thing, but you still did the bad thing. So we're still holding you accountable because you chose to do the bad thing. You know, it's just, it doesn't matter what the mitigating circumstances are. You're still responsible for your own actions as a company, and they launched a broken pile of garbage, so they get the blame for it. Let's see. How Starfield is handled is going to determine how good Elder Scrolls 6 will be for me. Skyrim had so much going on in the world for a 2011 game. Hard to imagine they can outdo that. I will say, at this point, I don't even know if they have a design doc for Elder Scrolls 6. I'm sure they have ideas of things they want to do, but I don't think that they've really pinned anything down. I think they're still bouncing between a bunch of stuff. Because we're talking about a game, I think, didn't Phil Spencer said it's still 5+ years out? So we're talking about a game that probably is launching as possibly a launch game for the next Xbox console. That's how much time we're talking about. Okay, so like, we're still dealing with a ton of time on the table. Things are going to look totally different when that game launches. Whatever the next gen consoles are able to do, we probably can't even really process or appreciate right now, because there's going to be a lot more AI machine learning crap that is crammed in them. So I think that we just have to be ready for that. But whatever Elder Scrolls 6 is able to do is going to be like on another level. Wasn't the Elder Scrolls 6 officially teased like 5 years ago? Yeah. But I think it was E3 2018. Let me see. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. So that was 5 years ago, June 10th of 2018. And this was also right around the time on the same day that they announced Fallout 76. So for whatever reason, right around 2018, Bethesda came and decided to just like show everything they had. And the reason, I think, is because this was right around the time, reportedly, that they were having discussions with Microsoft to be acquired, which is crazy. So they were having all of these discussions. They were trying to hype up their company, make themselves look really, really valuable, really, really profitable. So they announced everything they had to get everybody really excited so that they could look more profitable, look like they've got a lot of stuff cooking. Oh, baby, you better buy us now. Oh, you better buy us. When in reality, they probably made that trailer in like a month or a few weeks even, of just from idea to modeling the terrain to adding the special effects and the smoke effects and then getting the music composed. They probably finished that in a few weeks and were like, okay, boom, done, trailer, we'll announce it. Everybody knows we're working on it. We're going to make it, but we're not touching this for probably another decade. It was all just to boost the hype for the brand and to try to get people excited. That's all that was. So yeah, I don't see this or think much of it. It's just, yeah, they announced it way in advance to try and make themselves look more appealing. So, Luke, imagine your son pulled that Titanic off the shelf. I would hope I would be streaming because that would be really funny. That would be really, really funny if we got that on camera. But yeah, Lockie loves the Legos. He plays with Duplos right now. The Legos are a little too small for him, but yeah. Do you think the PS6 or Xbox Series Z or whatever it's called will standardize 4K 120 hertz or even 8K gaming, or is that far-fetched? 8K is not really viable unless you're getting it in like a screen that's above 85 inches, so it just doesn't make sense otherwise. So I doubt that is going to be the mainstay. 4K 120 hertz, when I was selling TVs at least, the research was pretty clear and conclusive. The average consumer can't really tell the difference between 60 hertz and 60 frames and 120. I know that sounds insane if you're like a more hardcore gamer, but like my wife, she can't really tell the difference. She doesn't notice. Like, she just can't tell. I showed her like a side-by-side thing. You can do like the display test with the aliens side scrolling. You can do like a display refresh rate test on your computer. And I showed her that. And I was like, so which are the faster? Do you see the difference? And she's like, honestly, I can't really tell the difference between these. And it was like from 60 down up to 240 frames. She just can't really tell the difference. So for Microsoft to like spend all of the extra trouble and for Sony to do the same thing, trying to crank the consoles to the point where they can do this very niche thing, all things considered, just doesn't really make sense. So they might still, you know, I think there'll be more 4K 60 boxes, and I think that they will no doubt support streaming and outputting footage at 8K, but I think much more of the effort is going into probably data streaming, so instantaneous load times, very large worlds that can be simulated, and a lot of stuff into like neural network simulations and stuff, with AI being the main focus. So that's going to be kind of the mainstay feature, I think, of next-gen consoles. But then again, in 5 years, the market might look totally different. So, my stance on pre-ordering games, frankly, I just say don't do it. If like, it depends on how you define it. If reviews drop, like for Baldur's Gate, or for, let's just say like, I don't know, Elden Ring. I think reviews dropped for Elden Ring like a day or two before the game launched. If reviews drop and it's like 10 out of 10 and you know the studio and you like the studio's types of games, so like for Starfield, if you follow a few like Starfield YouTubers and maybe skeptic prick like me, and reviews drop for Starfield and we all go, okay, it lives up to the hype, it's amazing, it's great, then I think you're justified in pre-ordering for the day or two, so it's preloaded, pre-downloaded and all of that, so you don't have to wait a day for it to download when the game launches. I have no problem with that, but like pre-ordering a game that you know nothing about or that we've seen very little about months beforehand is patently insane, and I don't know why anybody would do it. The one exception would be like collector's editions. So like I pre-ordered this primarily because I'm interested in the statue. That's most of it. But like technically speaking, I pre-ordered the game as well, but I'm primarily interested in the statue. The game can suck ass, but I got this statue out of it. And I mean, I'm sure it's still going to be decent. I wouldn't expect this to win like Game of the Year awards or anything, but I would expect that this is probably like an 8 out of 10. Focus Entertainment has been really good about like the 8 out of 10 games that are like good, not great. And I think there's a place in that, like for the AA style games. Do you think 4080, 4090 prices are going to go down sometime? Is 4070 a good card in comparison? Also, what's a good monitor for 4K and high-end gaming? I use my my BenQ 4K 144 hertz monitor right here in front of me. That's what I use day in, day out. I like it a lot. No complaints. Love it. So I think that's a really valid one. As for prices, I personally would not expect prices to drop. I just don't see why they would. 50 series is probably still a year away, right? Probably, I would think. So I don't think it's going to change. I think it probably is what it is. And that's that. Go to Micro Center or somewhere like that. Pick it up in store. You might get 5% off or something, but I think the prices are just going to be whatever they are. Oh, and don't cheap out on graphics cards. There was one brand. We ran into this at Apex Gaming PCs. My partner that makes the right there, Apex Gaming PCs right there. They made my PC and all that. Like I was having technical issues, for example. Like I just had a thing where my computer was it turned off randomly. It was really weird. And so I like got in contact with them and their customer support team, and they spent like 6 hours helping me troubleshoot and figure out what was going wrong. It was great. So they're a great team to work with. But with them, #ad. But with them, they had a supplier for graphics cards. I forget what the name of it was. But it was like a kind of third party. I hadn't heard of them before, but it was like a third party graphics card manufacturer, I think from China. And they were much more affordable, but they had gotten a shipment, and upon inspection, because when they get graphics cards at Apex Gaming, they take them and they inspect them to make sure they haven't been doctored or altered, make sure that they will perform properly, and most importantly, make sure they're new. And they inspected it, and these I think were ordered from Newegg, and they were in packaging that you would expect them to be in, but they inspected it and found that they had been used. And it's like Newegg was selling through this other company these graphics cards that they were selling as new, but they were actually used, and they had been like returned or RMA'd or something, and they just basically repackaged them and threw them in. It was not a Zotac. Zotac is a good one. It was like, I think it started with a P. It was like Palandur or something like that. I hadn't heard of it before. But as a result, they're like doing a recall, they're refunding and swapping graphics cards out for people that might have bought those. But the point is, don't skimp or try to cheap out on graphics cards, because you just never know. The brand really matters, I think, with that stuff. Pfizer. Yeah. I'm fine with buying a pre-built from Apex or so, but I am not sure how much more expensive it is compared to building it yourself. I'm fine with paying a markup on top of it, but would you recommend it? I mean, all I can say is my experience that I had, and the experience I had was like as good as I could possibly expect it to be. Of course, there is a premium when you have guys that specialize in building PCs, build your PC for you. They cable manage it, they test it, they install Windows on it, they will even overclock it if you want them to. But there's a slight premium that you pay for that, and Apex will build it into the price of the components instead of slapping a big ass like percentage fee on you on the back end. But analyze your situation. Building a PC can be really fun, but it's also nice to have the peace of mind that somebody who really knew what they were doing put the computer together, which for me is comforting. Because you guys know my streaming PC that I built has had a handful of issues. So maybe I'm not the most trustworthy person to build a PC. But Anyway, what I'm going to do, guys, we've been going about 4 hours. We're going to get that video launched on the Red Dead 2 situation. We're going to get that set. So I'm going to get that launched and go from there. This has been a joyous stream. I've had a jolly old time, a wonderful time, and I thank you all for joining me. This has been wonderful. Rocky, Destiny when? I'm honestly not sure, because now everybody is telling me Destiny 2 sucks. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true, but I've seen a lot of people using it as an example of how PlayStation has their own Halo and not in a good way. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just listening to negative Nancy's. I'm not sure. But we're also, more than that, I'm down with playing bad games, but more than anything, it seems like we're headed into a bit of a firestorm of releases. So we're going to have like Starfield, we're going to have Armored Core, we're going to have just a lot very quickly to deal with. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway, yeah, we got so caught up in the fun stories and the cringe videos that we lost track of time. But thank you, everybody. Much love. Go check out the new video when it launches in like half an hour on the main channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And who knows, if you were in here with us while we filmed it, you might even see yourself in the video in that chat bar. So go check it out. Much love, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.